Obasui. You're highly welcome, sir. I can see Mr. Okuri Oyakire, one of our guest speakers today. Dr. Ayo Tariba is already online with us. You're highly welcome, sir. ICT Director, yes, who's hosting us online. Thank you so much. You're highly welcome. Highly welcome. We believe that more will begin to join the live stream as we go on. But for those that are here present, let me begin to welcome you and acknowledge your presence as we have them. We'll continue that as the program goes on. I'd like to most respectfully welcome Professor Esther Bario. I hope I pronounced that well. Pardon me, Ma. She is the rep of the Vice Chancellor, University of Benin. She is the Dean of the Management Science. Please celebrate her this morning. Thank you so much for being here today. We appreciate you. Thank you, Ma. You're highly welcome. And let me also acknowledge the presence of the Nigerian University Pensions Management Company Limited, the PEMGO, and the leader of that team, Mr. Stanley Benedio, is here. He's the Chief Financial Officer and members of his team. Can you rise for recognition? You're highly welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're happy to have you here as not only as sponsors of this event, but also you're here to participate. So thank you so much. We're happy to have you. As we go on, we'll begin to introduce more, but let me to introduce some internal officers and management staff that are here present this morning. I'd like to most respectfully acknowledge the presence of the Deans of Deans, Professor Odu. Can we celebrate him? Professor Williams Odu is the Dean of the Postgraduate School of Benson, Idahosa University. You're highly welcome, sir. Thank you so much. I have here present also other essential staff and officers of the university. We also have Professor Yeseke. He's a director of the General Studies Unit. Can we celebrate him? Thank you so much, sir, for being here. Seated by his side is Professor Sunday Ogbogo, who just took the opening prayer, Professor of Accounting. We celebrate you, sir. Thank you so much. And seated also by his side is Professor Ogbomo. Can we celebrate him? Yes, he's here. Professor Friday Ogbomo. Thank you so much, sir. And to the far end, we have Dr. Mrs. Maria Oyedeji, the HOD for Political Science and Public Administration. You're highly welcome. Okay, and I see some other staff. Yes, Professor Gloria Vicente Osaga, Professor of Sociology and Anthropology. You're highly welcome, Ma. I can see behind Professor Edith. Professor Edith, can we celebrate our business administration? Thank you so much, Ma. Yes, you're highly welcome. Yes, I can see lecturers also of the department. I see Dr. Obasui of the Department of Finance and Investment. You're highly welcome. Thank you, sir. He's also the chaplain of the faculty. You're highly welcome, sir. I see also Mrs. Obiangeli. Can we celebrate her of the Department of Mass Communication? You're highly welcome. I see also, yes, Mr. Daniel, the faculty officer, acting assistant faculty officer, you're highly welcome. Thank you so much. Dr. Francisca, you're highly welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Dr. Sebo. You're highly welcome, sir. I see you. You're highly welcome. Yes. Please celebrate him. I can see some students, some postgraduates and undergraduate students of the Faculty of Social and Management Sciences. Can you put your hands together for yourself? You're highly welcome. You're highly welcome. You're highly welcome. You're highly welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Today promises to be actually educated and intellectually stimulating, especially because of the caliber of people that we're going to be having here today, our special guests who will be dealing with the topic for us, who will be dealing with the topic on how we need to rethink the Nigerian economic management policies and looking at the ways forward. So today's event, of course, is going to be focusing on the Nigerian economy. We're going to be looking at the current policies, and we're going to be talking about possible solutions on how we can see a better future for Nigeria. We all agree that we are faced with so much issues economically in this nation as we are today. So we hope that after this meeting, after this public lecture, not only we will be enlightened, not only we will leave here more knowledge educated than we came, we will have, permit me to say, a hope for a better future, economically speaking, for Nigeria. So with that being said, I want us to relax. We'll have some music interlude just go on while we also await setting the management staff. They'll be joining us soon. We're talking about the Vice Chancellor and his team. They'll be joining us soon. So I like the music to just go on while we're seated. We can connect with one another as we go on.
Hours not six.
Yeah.
It's the result.
Can connect.
Relentless, focused, always.
Thank you so much. And I'll continue to take more names and introduce them as they come. Thank you.
You're ready.
Social and Management public lecture. The Faculty of Social and Management Science is happy to have such of its kind. The first public lecture of the Faculty of Social and Management Sciences under the distinguished chairmanship of the Vice Chancellor, Professor John Okoya, and by our able Dean, the host, who is no other than Professor Rosemary Obiangeli Obasi. She has just stepped in. Can we celebrate her? Can we celebrate her? Celebrate this distinguished professor. She has just stepped in with our guests, our distinguished guest of the day. They had just been to the Vice Chancellor's office where they have made and paid a courtesy visit, and they're here with us. Let me also introduce my fellow Master of Ceremony, Dr. Philip Obwele. Can you celebrate him? Celebrate him, celebrate him. So together we'll be anchoring this program. I'm very happy and pleased. And now that our special guests are in the house, we will ride on with the program. We will now rise up for the national anthem. The national anthem. Can those in the media team help us? Okay.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
So let's hold on, please. Sorry. I'm told that the Vice Chancellor and his team are they're close by, so we'll just wait for them. Sorry about that. Yes. So please just relax.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the next few minutes will kickstart this ceremony. Let's just be a little bit patient as we welcome in the Vice Chancellor on the stage. Please, media, music. Vice Chancellor of this great university, Benson Idahosa University, Professor John Oboy. Please, once again, can we celebrate the Vice Chancellor with a round of applause? And also with the great team that has accompanied the Vice Chancellor to this particular place. As we keep standing, I would please take the opening prayer. May I respectfully call Professor Sunday Ugbogbo to please take us through the opening prayer.
Prayer is not to us. It doesn't budge. In Jesus' name. Mighty everlasting Father, we bless you, magnify your name, honor you, as you Alpha and the Omega, the God that is yesterday, today, and forevermore. Thank you for this day you have made possible for us to be alive and belong to the living, not by power, not by might, and for the program we are here for today. The public lecture, we submit and surrender everything into your hand in the name of Jesus. From beginning to the end, show your glory in it all in the name of Jesus. Thank you for our guest speakers, the keynote speakers, and all you brought safely to our midst. We brought them safely, and at the end of the day, they will also go back safely in the name of Jesus. Thank you for the university, BIU. It's a vision you gave to our bishop, O Lord. It's going to go higher and higher in the name of Jesus. Thank you for the management team, led by our great Professor Okoya. Continue to empower him, continue to strengthen him with your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, that the vision will continue to be a reality in the name of Jesus. Father, in any way we have seen and conscious of your glory, let your mercy speak for us in the name of Jesus. Take all glory to yourself, Jehovah God, O Lord, for in Jesus' glorious, mighty name we have prayed.
As we remain standing, may we please take the national anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Mixed with godliness, building leaders all in faith for all endeavors. The future holds forward we go in good faith. God is our help, our guide, we shall never fail. Forward we go in good faith. God is our help, our guide, we shall never fail. Amen. 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 BIU.
Can we please celebrate ourselves with a round of applause as we take our seats? Truly, the great Benson Idahosa University is university of high-level excellence and with distinguished individuals building leaders for a better future. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, you're welcome to the public lecture organized by the Faculty of Social Management Sciences in this great university, Benson Idahosa University, with the theme, Rethinking Nigeria Economic Management Policies and the Way Forward. We'll go straight to recognition of dignitaries here present as Dr. Igono takes us through.
Once again, you're welcome to the Faculty of Social and Management Sciences public lecture on the theme, Rethinking Nigeria Economic Management Policies and the Way Forward. No doubt today is going to be one of the most interestingly, exciting, educating, intellectually stimulating one, because we're going to be learning so much as we go on this discourse this morning. However, there are present within us internally, we need to recognize our own distinguished guests, while we also recognize those outside. But within the university, permit me to recognize the Chancellor of Benson Idahosa University, the Archbishop Margaret Benson Idahosa, JPOON, yes, the Order of Nigeria, our own very Chancellor, our Mother of Faith, and then the President, Benson Idahosa University, Bishop Dr. Fed Idahosa. Celebrate him, celebrate him. Our very own Vice Chancellor and the Chairman of the Senate, Benson Idahosa University, Professor John Arroyo Okoya. Celebrate him, celebrate him. Thank you so much, sir. He is also the chief host of today's event, and we're so glad and happy to have him here with us today. Also celebrate the Deputy Vice Chancellor, although absent, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration, Professor Teresa Uzuamaka Akpogume Niokafo. Yes, celebrate her in her Assumption. The Deputy Vice Chancellor, General Duties, Professor Taidi Ekrakane. The Registrar, Mr. Vincent Itoya. Yes, and the Bossa, Acting Bossa, Mrs. Ikenjiba Shuku. Yes, ably represented, yes. Celebrate her for me by Mrs. Joy. Thank you so much, ma. We also have the acting university librarian, Dr. Rosemary Odiashi. Please celebrate her, she's here present. Yes, and we also want to celebrate also and welcome to this event the various deans of the faculty. Earlier on I introduced, and I will introduce again, the deans of all deans, Professor Williams Odu. Please celebrate him. He's here, the Dean of Postgraduate School. Thank you so much, sir. We also have here, I believe in absentia, all the deans will be joining us soon. We have also all the directors that are also here present. So all deans are welcome in absentia, directors as well. Please celebrate with me Professor Yeseke Orobosa, the director of GSC, celebrating. Celebrate Professor Sondo Bobo, the director of consultancy. Yes, celebrating for me. Yes, thank you so much. We also have present the Director of Academic Planning, Professor Helen Ajayi. Please celebrate her for me. Yes, thank you so much, Ma, for being here today. We have professors. I can see professors also here present. You're highly welcome. Heads of Department of Accounting, Dr. Associate Professor Beauty, Justin Akibe, celebrate her. We also have, yes, Dr. Maria Oyedeji, please celebrate her. We have Dr. Foburuku celebrating, yes, Department of Business Administration. Dr. Maria is of the Political Science and Public Administration. I believe as we come, we would introduce more guests as they come internally. These are also, let me also welcome the postgraduate students that are here present and our students of the Faculty of Social and Management Sciences. Can we celebrate them? They are all here present to learn and to engage with the knowledge. We also have the Professor Mike Asekome. He's the chairman of the local organizing committee, professor of development finance. You're highly welcome, sir. Members of the local organizing committee, they are also here present. You're highly welcome. Lecturers, distinguished lecturers, guest staff, you're all highly welcome to this event. I'll hand over to Dr. Philip. Yes, I will welcome Dr. Philip to come and introduce our special guests, yes, outside this environment. You're highly welcome. Yes.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, right about now we want to specially welcome erudite personalities that have come from different destinations to witness this public lecture. Let me first recognize and inform us that in today's occasion, we have ably seated keynote speaker of today's public lecture, Professor Mustafa Sabo Sanyagi. Please, can we celebrate him with a round of applause? May I also inform you that in today's occasion, we also have another erudite speaker. He is an Arise analyst, a very well-known individual, very sound. I'm talking about Dr. Sam Amadi. We can do more better than that. I want to also specially recognize another erudite speaker, Dr. Ayo Tariba. We have other distinguished personalities that are online participating in today's occasion, which shows you that this occasion is not just local, but we have so many subscribers that are following us. May I also inform you that we have representatives from Lift Above Poverty, known as LAPO. I'm talking about Dr. Honestus Obadura. Please, a round of applause. Also from that great institution, we also have Dr. Idahosa Ogosa. Please, a round of applause. And we have Agu Grace, also from LAPO. Thank you very much for coming. We also have the representative of the Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, Professor Esther. She happens to be the Dean of Management Sciences. Please, a round of applause. Thank you very much, Ma, for coming. Looking so beautiful and elegant. Distinguished participants, our erudite speakers that are here present, Vice Chancellor, and great management staff of this university. The recognition will continue, but at this point in time, we want to call the Vice Chancellor of the great Benson Idahosa University to take us through the official opening of this event. Please, can we be upstanding in recognition of this great man, Professor John Okoye. Please, a round of applause. We can do better than that. Let's be seated. Let me say that it's a great honor and privilege to stand here this morning to welcome all of you to this very first maiden edition of public lecture organized by the Faculty of Social and Management Sciences of Benson, Idahosa University. I bring greetings from the Chancellor, Rector of our great university, the Archbishop of Church of God Mission International, and the wife of the founding father of our university, Bishop Benson. I also stand to bring greetings from the president of our great university, the son of the founding father of this university, President Dr. Idahosa. On behalf of council, management, and staff of Benson Idahosa University, I welcome all of you to this very special occasion. And in particular, I welcome all our guests. In particular, I welcome our guest keynote speaker, Professor Muntala. It's easier for me to pronounce that. Hallelujah. We are so glad to have you here, sir. It's an opportunity to have a galaxy of experience and great experts in this industry of economics today that will be sharing with us. And also to our friend, Dr. Amadi, a great journalist, voice, I call him the voice of conscience of the Nigerian people in the public space. Welcome you, sir. And our sister, welcome you from the University of Benin. You are welcome. And all distinguished professors from neighboring universities. And NAPO, welcome you. You are in this business as well. Praise the Lord. And all our great viewers and listeners through the internet, we want to acknowledge you, Professor Kubukola, and the host of other great men who are listening to us. We are glad we have all of you in our university virtual. Praise the Lord. Today's topic is very apt. We are witnessing what I call some strange policies of development in the Nigerian economy. And I have always believed that the university is the right place to go when a nation is in crisis, where ideas can evolve to address the challenging issues of our time. This is done all over the world. I've also challenged our staff that when issues that are in public space are being discussed, Benson Idahosa should not be silent. That is why I am very grateful to Professor Rosemary Obasi, the Dean of our Faculty of Social and Management Science. We must be heard. Nigerians who have all it takes to move this nation forward, even though they may be denied the opportunity to serve, must be heard. And I believe that Nigerian universities are in the best place to make noise. Not the second type of noise, but the noise that will change Nigeria, that will be, implanted in the conscience of our leaders. We cannot keep quiet when things are not going right. We cannot. Academicians, experts in economics and accounting
in business. We cannot keep quiet, especially in the university, when we know that the solution to our problems are quite solvable. They may not listen now, but later, let it be said that somebody said something. That's why I'm happy that the Faculty of Social Management Science is taking the lead, has taken up the challenge to organize this type of program. I believe with the caliber of people we have today to address this major theme, rethinking Nigeria, economic management policies, and the way forward, I believe they are capable to address this issue in our campus, in our university, so that Nigeria will listen that there are better ways of handling our economic policies. On this note, I want to welcome all of you as we sit down to listen, and perhaps in the discussion, take notes if need be, and let us listen to the way forward as regards Nigeria economic management policy. On this note, I welcome all of you. The Lord bless us as we enjoy such a wonderful program today. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. Celebrate my Vice Chancellor again for that beautiful welcome opening remark. Yes. Thank you so much, sir. He rightfully mentioned that this is the first of its kind in the Faculty of Social and Management Science. Faculty of Social and Management Science, please celebrate yourself. Celebrate our Dean. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much. Now, while he was introducing our guest, he forgot to mention our most respectable Professor Mercy Ada Anyiwe. Please help me celebrate Professor Mercy Ada Anyiwe, a foremost professor of economics. Today she will be sharing the panel as we go on in the course of this public lecture today. I told you earlier on that today is going to not only be educating, but intellectually stimulating. Get ready for that session. I cannot wait. I believe that you too, you're hoping and waiting. You can't even wait for the keynote. However, before we welcome the Dean for her welcome address, I'd like to respectfully acknowledge our online participants. We have Emeritus Professor Peter Okebukola. Can we celebrate him? He's online participating with us. We also have Professor Patrick Oviasui. Yes, we celebrate you, sir. We have Mr. Okuri Yakire. We welcome you, we acknowledge you. We welcome also Matthew, Mr. Matthew Ebe. We'll see you online. Mr. Stanley Anoshe, yes, you're highly welcome. We also see online Ebusin Eloho. Thank you for joining us. We can also see Olamide. You're highly welcome, sir. Thank you for being here. Thank you, our ICT Director, Professor Kingsley Abayabon, who is hosting us online. Can we celebrate him? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're happy. I can also see John, Mr. John Okoro. Thank you for being a part of this lecture. I promise you that you're in for a beautiful time this morning. Right away, we welcome, I call her the delectable Dean of the Faculty of Social and Management Sciences. Please celebrate for me, Professor Rosemary Obasi, as she comes to give our welcome address.
Thank you so much. Good morning, our dear Vice Chancellor, Professor John Aroye Okoye, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and our dear honored participants. With your permission, I would like to proceed according to the established protocol for today's event. It is with great pleasure, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the Faculty of Social and Management Sciences Maiden Public Lecture, themed Rethinking Nigeria's Economic Policy Management and the Way Forward. This timely and critical discussion brings together experts, policymakers, and stakeholders to deliberate on the future of our nation's economy. I extend my deepest gratitude to our guest speakers, Professor Mutala Sambo Shagaji of BUK. He is a non-executive director of Central Bank of Nigeria and member MPC Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Thank you, sir. I also want to appreciate Dr. Ayo Teriba, the CEO and founder of Economic Associates. Thank you, sir, for honoring us. I want to sincerely appreciate my own brother-in-law. Permit me to use that in this academic gathering. Dr. Sam Amadi, Director of Abuja School of Social and Public Thoughts. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. Thank you, my dear Professor Mother, Mrs. Mercy Ada Anyiwe, Chairman, Nigeria Economic Society, Female Professionals, and Coordinator, Nigeria Economic Society, South-South Zone. You are welcome, ma'am. For sharing your expertise and insights today, we are very grateful. Your contributions will undoubtedly enrich our understanding of the complexities surrounding Nigeria's economic policy management. To the local organizing committee, I appreciate your tireless effort in ensuring the success of this event. My distinguished Professor Mike Asekome, my academic brother and chairman of the LOC, thank you so much for your cooperation, dedication, and belief, as well as teamwork spirit. You and your team's dedication and hard work have been invaluable to the realization of today's events. To the staff of the Faculty of Social and Management Sciences, your support and commitment to academic excellence are truly appreciated. This event would not have been possible without your contributions. This welcome address cannot be complete without recognizing and appreciating the opportunity and privilege given to me as the Dean of the Faculty and Senate representative to the Governing Council of the University by our proprietress, Archbishop Margaret Idahosa. I am grateful, ma'am. I also appreciate Bishop Dr. Feb Idahosa II, as I also appreciate the chairman of the University Council, Professor Pat Utomi, and the other members of the council. I wish to acknowledge the support of our distinguished Vice Chancellor and the principal officers whose leadership and vision have enabled us to host this significant event. Thank you, sir. Your encouragement and guidance are instrumental in fostering a culture of academic excellence and innovation within our institution. My fellow deans and directors, your invaluable support and words of encouragement cannot be ignored. Thank you so much. I cannot thank the staff of the Office of the Dean enough for their support. I would like to recognize my sub-dean, who is out there representing the university in a United Nations conference. She is no other than Dr. Mrs. Florence Okubawa. I want to recognize my able faculty officer. Thank you so much. I also recognize the assistant faculty officer and my personal secretary. I'm grateful to have you in my. To you, our distinguished Nigerians and lovers of this country who left 1,001 other things to be here just because of your interest to seeing our dear country better, you are all welcome and we appreciate you. For without your presence and constructive engagement, there won't be today. To our dear students, greatest BIU students, are you sure you are here? Greatest BIU students, thank you. And participants, your presence and engagement are vital to the success of this lecture. We are committed to providing a platform for intellectual discourse and growth. Your participation today is an expression of conviction to the vibrant academic community we have strived to nurture. Special thanks to all supporters, partners, media, and sponsors who have made this event possible. We are so grateful to your support. Your contributions have enabled us to bring together experts and stakeholders to discuss critical issues affecting our nation. In discussion, I am confident that the insights shared will inspire new perspectives and ideas. Let us engage in this intellectual discourse with an open mind, eager to learn from one another and contribute to shaping the future of Nigeria economic policy management. I cannot stand here without recognizing my delectable and outstanding HODs of the various departments. Please help me give them a round of applause for your immense contribution and support I always enjoy, and I hope it will continue. That is also very evident here today. At this point, I have to thank you all, and I wish you all a productive and enlightening experience. Thank you, and God bless.
We can do better than that. Our erudite dean, the brain behind what we're seeing today. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the next few minutes we will be welcoming the chairman of local organizing committee to give us an idea of the concept of the theme of today's public lecture. But quickly, let me specially recognize the lead of the team from the Nigerian University of Pension Management Company. You're welcome, Mr. Stanley Igbinedion. Thank you very much for coming. Quickly, I want to also recognize the Director of Entrepreneurship of this great university, Professor Alex Omeru. I want to also recognize the former Dean of FSMS and the current Chairman of BIU Admission Board and Inaugural Lecture Committee, Professor Godwin Obo. May I also recognize Professor Ronsaye, Professor of Political Science at Bob Admin. Thank you very much for coming. And the Acting Director of Audit Unit of this great university, Mr. Onifade Victor. And finally, Professor Moses Eri. You're welcome. We'll keep other recognition to the other lineup of today's occasion in order not to break the flow. Having said that, distinguished participants and guests, Can we please welcome on stage to please give us an idea of the concept of today's topic, what actually bettered the topic of today's lecture, Rethinking Nigeria Economic Management Policies and the Way Forward. The chairman, local organizing committee, looking so happy because the ceremony is going according to plan. Professor Mike Aseho.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Today is a great day in this university because we are taking a topic that, as of now, it appears to be the most important topic that should be discussed in Nigeria. We all know that every establishment, even our families at home, our individuals, companies, we always have the way we do things, what we call policies that we put in place to do it in such a way that the goals of the organization, the objectives that we are pursuing will be achieved. And if you look at the games theory, we know that in every organization, people are always competing, and everybody wants to do the best to outdo the other, try to come out the best in every competition. So in the world of today, that is exactly what is happening. And in every country today, there are a lot of global influences, businesses, economy, and other activities. Nigeria is not left out. And therefore, the government of Nigeria, not just now, all along, they already put in place policies that enable them to drive the economy, to pursue economic growth, economic development, and all other factors that are associated with progress in the economy for the good of the citizens and for the economy as a whole. So in the case of our country, we already have economic policy management instruments. And most often, there are two, then the third one. Monetary policy, and then the fiscal policy, then the trade policies. These all go hand in hand to manage the economy in such a way that the goals of the country or the government in place, they are pursued so as to achieve our desired aims and objectives. Because this is an audience that is of a public lecture, everybody here may not have the same knowledge as to what we are talking about today. That is the reason that my assignment here is mainly just to give a general background to the general audience so that when the big giants will be speaking, the experts, they will at least know what they are talking about. Economic management policies are those put in place by government to manage all the sectors of the economy so as to achieve desired growth and development in the economy. The monetary policy are those that have to do with money matter like interest rates, liquidity ratios, cash reserve ratio, about liquidity, money in circulation, and so on and so forth. While the fiscal policies are those put in place by the government to manage macroeconomic factors such as trying to strive to achieve full employment, to reduce inflation, to have balance of trade surplus where possible, and also to manage the government revenues and expenditure, which is called the budget that is always put in place every year. The trade policies are those that are used to manage the exchange rate, and then trying to see that we are not having trade deficit, which is not quite easy. But for those who talk about the tariff, you saw what is happening in the US, where Trump is fixing tariffs so as to discourage imports to America. Other countries are trying to respond. That is also one of the problems, the issues that we should have in Nigeria, where we are having so much high demand for the dollar. At the end of it all, we are always having deficit, and the exchange rate keep on going off and going off. So these are the policies that government use to manage the economy. Now, BIU has been observing very closely what has been happening, particularly when the new government came in under President Tinubu in 2023. We all know that government has already told us where the outbreak government created problems. They found that huge debts, and so on and so forth. The economy is grounded and so on and so forth. But it's okay. That's what they told us. So we are not going to argue with them, but we expect that 2 years into the government, some of the policies they are putting in place require review. We are also aware that the next 2 years, the next election is coming up. In fact, 2027 is coming up. They're already warming up. So BIU is now saying that, looking at the policies that government has put in place, how far have they been effective in trying to tackle some of the problems that they are talking about. 2 years into the government, how far? If you had these policies in place, BIU wants to look at them. Are we going to rethink these policies? That means to review them, to re-examine them, to find out whether these policies are the right thing that we are doing, whether we need to make some changes, some review, and whether to proffer some new policies that the government can follow to have a better country. So this public lecture is therefore based on these two aspects to review the midterm performance of the government in terms of policy formulation and implementation, and as well to know really whether those policies can be relied upon forward-looking. Therefore, the committee brought about people that we call them giants in the industry. We have a galaxy of people that will be talking to us here. To those of who are present here, we are really lucky to be here today. Those who are not here, that are looking from the internet, we are so happy that they are going to look at us. Now, having told what economic policies are, what fiscal policies are, we are not saying that at this point, let us go into a review. When the government came in, because they told us that there were huge problems that they couldn't tap out, they couldn't control. Outstanding debts, deplorable infrastructure, what do you call it, fuel subsidy, which has been, I don't know what to call it, something that is miraculous. We don't know whether it's an unseen Satan walking around us. They never told us who are these people who are taking our money, but they keep on saying some people are benefiting. They didn't tell us who the people are. So government, in its wisdom, decided that they're going to take the group by the horn, and that whatever happens, they are going to stop fuel subsidy regime. And because of that, they want to let the market flow as should be. They also said another big problem that has been there is this question of foreign exchange. Where there will be a lot of tripping, people sit down in their parlor, they buy foreign exchange, they hold it. After about 2 or 3 weeks or 1 month, they come and recycle it, and people were making money. And nobody was actually tangibly productive. And the government feels that these two things have to be resolved. And the government said, well, they are very bold. Other governments have been managing to go with them, but they want to be bold to see that the apps, right from day one, they remove the fuel subsidy. Come heaven, come rain, come sun. And then secondly, they're also going to allow the naira to flow, what we call the unification of what you saw at the black market and the official market, where people were just between, they were making money without doing anything. These are the two major problems that they brought on board. They said, well, the refineries will work, Dangote will come on board. They believe that very soon we'll not spend so much money to import fuel and so forth. Well, these are okay. But the question is that some few months later, or you right from the very beginning, the country begin to witness serious hardship. People now say, if this is what you are doing for the country is even worse than it was. People were complaining, a lot of apprehension. I want to recall the history of the Bible when Moses took the Egyptians from Israelites from Egypt. While they were in Egypt, they were suffering, they were slaves, but God said, "Why take them out?" But they were taken out, they were not in the desert. And people were crying, "Oh, if I left us there, I think we could feed. Now we cannot have food to eat." And some people were complaining. Maybe as of now, Nigeria are now saying, "Why did we have to live where we were?" That is like we are suffering more now. But like they say, the pains of today are the gains of tomorrow. So what we are trying to do in this public lecture is to bring people to discuss it. We have a lot of people are here with us. We would like you to listen and see exactly what these experts will say. Though government is saying there are some ray of hope, the dollar, the naira exchange has stabilized, inflation is coming down, petrol pump price is likely to come down. Well, these are it is that they are saying. But what experts who have it, either through research or experience, policymaker analysts, to discuss it, for us to listen, after which we go to know exactly whether we are going well or we are not going well. Briefly, this is exactly what the basis of this public lecture. Thank you very much.
Let's once again applaud the chairman of the local organizing committee. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have gotten to the high point of today's occasion. And now The next few minutes, we'll be having the keynote speaker to do justice to the theme of today's public lecture, which is titled Rethinking Nigeria Economic Management Policies and the Way Forward. May I plead respectfully call the keynote speaker to please come up on stage as we quickly take the citation. Please join me in make welcome the keynote speaker of today's event, Professor Moritala Sabo Sagagi. Sagagi gained 3 decades of academics, professional and policy experiences, locally and internationally. Within this period, he served as a pioneer dean, Dangote Business School, Director Center for Africa Entrepreneurship, BIU University, advisor, Inclusive Economic Growth, Field Support Service Project, Global Affairs Canada, and Special Assistant Policy Advisor to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. He currently serves as the Non-Executive Director of the Central Bank of Nigeria and member, Monitoring Policy Committee, MPC. He also chairs the Bauchi State Investment Summit Committee, provides leading technical role for Bauchi Investment for Growth project, and lead the development of the medium-term sector strategy for critical sector in Borno State. From 2019 to 2023, Sagagi headed the policy team that developed the current Nigerian policy on agriculture called the National Agricultural Technology and Innovation Policy 2022 to 2027, and the Coastal Action Plan. He was also instrumental to the policy design and the curriculum development of the General Entrepreneurship Study in the Nigerian University. He assisted in the development of investment certification for the Southwest Nigeria and chaired the development of strategic agenda for Northern development. Over the years, he provided professional services to the World Bank, IFAD, British Council, GIZ, US Embassy, emerging market economics, among others, in the field of inclusive economic growth. Thank you very much. Agro-business, foreign direct investment, employment, women empowerment, and private sector development. Sagagi studied business administration, strategic management, and global economic environment at the BIU University, Kanu, Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto, and International Business School, Brothers University, Boston, respectively. He received further training and executive education in the University of Texas, University of Wolverhampton, International Training Center, and the National University of Singapore. He has attended several conferences, workshops, just to mention but a few, in USA, UK, France, Japan, Korea, Thailand, Philippines, Taiwan, Morocco, and a host of others. He earned national and international awards, including the Lagos Kanu Summit Award, USA, and the Best Paper Award, University of Oxford. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this erudite professor, Professor Moritala Sabo Sagagi, enjoys horseback riding, travels, and spicy cuisine. Distinguished participants and guests, you will agree with me that in our today's world, with our recent economic policy, juxtaposing with the rate of unemployment, number of displaced persons, hunger, and so many other things, fluctuation in the exchange rate, this great man knows his subject and is ready to do justice to the theme of today's public lecture, Rethinking Nigeria Economic Management Policies and the Way Forward. Please, once again, can we give a resounding clap to Professor Moritala Sagagi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. MC, Mr. Vice Chancellor, my host, the Dean, the Chairman, LLC, Professor Mike, my fellow discussants for this very, very important topic, other academic staff, and administrative staff of the university, and the most important people in the room, my students. I said, good morning. I think we're still in the morning hours. Thank you very much. I think my slide will still be there, isn't it? Okay, yeah. When you are ready, let me have my slide. So, Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, when I received a call from Professor Rosemary, whom I've never met until today, but she mentioned something about Benin, and that time I had no idea the location of this university, even though I know this university by name, especially the kind of training you give, which try to resonate with what we lack in Nigeria today, which is discipline. And I remember those days, late 1990s, when I wanted to start my PhD. My first choice was University of Benin. And I was here for almost a year. But I had to leave because my supervisor got another job in one of the African universities. And so they couldn't find me another supervisor, so I have to move to another university. These are the days when you didn't have a lot of professors in management, but today I'm very happy we have already overcome that problem. And Mr. Vice Chancellor, when I received that call, one of the things that came to my mind was that this is something that is at the heart of the value system of this university. And this aligns perfectly with what I also strongly believe in. I believe any society without good leadership, not only leaders who, we're not talking about leaders who go to mosque or church or they don't drink. No, leaders with people at heart. You can pray whatever you want. If you don't have people at heart, I'm not sure if Jesus is going to welcome you. And ladies and gentlemen, what I have seen over the years in this country is that we don't have deficits of economists, accountants, engineers, lawyers, architects, all over the place. In fact, we are supplying a number of other countries with this expertise. But those experts, the moment they land in Benin Airport or Lagos or Abuja, it's like they leave their brain somewhere and they pick another one, and now they come back to be just like us. And at the end of the day, what Professor Mike and I talked about on our way from the airport, as an economist, I respect him, and he said to me, you see, I understand that government is really trying. You know, they're trying to put some of these policies, but you know, there's something called transmission mechanism. You know, it takes time. So sometimes, you know, people have to, be patient, to allow for those. I said, no, Professor. I agree with you that government is trying, but I also want people to talk, just like what the Vice Chancellor said. Because if you don't demand for good policies and good governance, nobody will hand it over to you. You have to demand for it. And I think over time, we as academics, and of course our students, we have ignored some of these responsibilities for quite a while. We have not been engaging constructively with the government and the private sector to the extent that one of my presentations at the University of Port Harcourt, I think last 2 years, on university industry partnership, I think is now becoming really very, very weak. And I don't think Nigeria can get to where we want to be in terms of getting very good policies without the stock of knowledge. So that knowledge has to come to the field and really work. So, Mr. Chairman, this is just by way of background and to appreciate you and the staff and students of this university for considering me worthy to come and have this conversation today. I'm still waiting for my slides. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no intention of reading my paper. My paper, I've already submitted it to Professor Rosemary, the full paper. And I scratched some few points in my slides, which I'm still waiting for, that I want to speak to, so that I will just go direct into some of the issues. And the good news is Professor Mike has already given us some of the basic knowledge, which I believe I don't really need to go into that. And I think part of my confession in the paper is that issues around macroeconomic management, sometimes can get a bit technical. So it's not my intention today to go into those technical aspects. But what I want to do is to do something which I have to thank Almighty Allah for giving me the opportunity to serve at different tables. And those tables provided me with some perspectives, which many people don't have. And let me give you one, then I will go. In 2019, there was a policy seminar in Villa, and Mr. President of the time was chairing the workshop. It was a full 3-day workshop. A number of you in the South, because of politics, they said it wasn't the president. They created one president and they mount on us. That 3-day seminar made me to believe that our former president, I cannot say is 100% healthy, but at least he's well enough and his brain is working. For those 3 days, Mr. President will be with us from 10 a.m. in the morning till 4 p.m. Some people were dozing, and anybody who's talking, he will be looking at you straight in the face, and he will be making notes. Very attentive. Until when a time for intervention came, and I raised my hand. And I said, Mr. President, blah, 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 this policy is not working. Before I get to the end of my question, he interjected. I said, no, I don't agree. We injected 8 billion of naira into ABCD. How can you now come and tell us that it's not working? Looking at his age and my age, I don't think I can engage into that kind of back and forth. Luckily enough for me, the former president of Ethiopia, Haile Mariam, was in the room, and he understood the issue, and he saved the day. And he said, Mr. President, what the young man was trying to tell you is that your policies are good, they're very good, but they are not suitable for a country of 200 million people. These are policies that are suitable for smaller countries like mine. 10 million, 20 million, they can work. But for a country like yours, they're not going to work. So imagine this. Mr. President of that time, his thinking was he was solving a problem. He had money and he was pumping money. So he felt that things should be okay. But unfortunately, the framework, the principles that will make that policy to work, all those fundamentals have not been met. So regardless of how many people you put, how many billions you put, is not going to work. And I think that's the spirit of the presentation today. To look at some of these policies and identify some of the areas that needs to be strengthened and some of the areas that we said, I think we are going to go on this, and some of the areas that we said we don't need them anymore. I think my slides are here. You have gone so far. Can you go back a little bit? Thank you very much. Go to the next slide. So when you're talking about economic policies in Nigeria, these are the three people that you should hang. No more, no less. Anything that works, one of these three people is responsible, even though they have also delegated some of their responsibilities to others. But the ultimate responsibility is in the table of these three gentlemen. Starting with the most important, and in my paper you will see I will be talking about center. When I say center, I mean the number one, isn't it? And the whole idea of how are we going to get our nation to move? Do we want to move 20 kilometers per hour, 50 or 200? To a very large extent depends on number one. Do we want a good governance in Nigeria? Do we want our policies to really work? To a very large extent depends on number one. For somebody, I have worked in a ministry, in a federal ministry. In fact, I manage the office of the minister. I can tell you, most people within the structure of the ministry think and perform based on the body language of who is number one. Forget about their specializations. 99% of the people in ministries and parastatals, they only dance to the music of number one. So to a very large extent, for policies to work in Nigeria, the body language of number one must be the first indicator. This is something you can't find in Economics 101. Prof. Thank you, sir. Number two, the second person is the Minister of Finance. And as far as Nigeria is concerned, he is the coordinating minister of the economy. So whatever economic policy you have, as long as it is fiscal, it's about budgets, it's about revenue, it's about expenditure, it's about debt, it's about balance of payments. That's the second person. Anything that has to do with money in your pocket in terms of growth and jobs, and whether you're getting electricity or you're not getting electricity, whether the road from this campus to your new campus is good or not, it depends on the second person and what he does with his people. And the last one, my boss now, but today I'm not here because of Central Bank. I'm here because I'm from Dangote Business School. And that's why I can speak the way I will speak. The last person manages your money. And his job today is to stabilize prices in the economy. Because at the back of his mind, the central bank governor always worries about two things. One, prices. If prices are going up, forget jobs, forget fighting poverty, and forget even eating well. So the first thing he has to do is to make sure he uses his policy tools to make sure that the prices stabilize. And for him to do that also for Nigeria, he has to also worry about the foreign exchange and the value of Naira. Of recent, Nigerian products started leaving Nigeria. If you go to Kano, you come and see some of these countries, all the way to Central Africa, they're coming to mop up Nigerian products. Simple reason, your currency is very, very cheap. So you rather come to Nigeria with a small safer and buy a whole lot of product than to buy them in in Ghana or Niger or Cameroon or something like that. But now, with the stability of Naira, that has stopped. And that's why you begin to see the prices of food have started stabilizing. But of course, there is another thing that the fiscal has done. This is not just one, it's just one out of at least 3 or 4 things that they have done. So we feel that they should continue to do that because it's very, very important. So in this respect, now I have at least with image, I've showed you where you should direct your hammer, as far as these issues are concerned. So the next slide. Next slide. Thank you very much. But before I go on, I would like to say this, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why I like what Professor Mike said. We are not here to talk ill about the policies. We're here to be partners in solving Nigerian problems. So meaning that we're here to constructively look at issues. And I believe the federal government of Nigeria, the ministers, the Mr. President, whoever, House of Assembly members, they do not have the monopoly of fixing Nigeria. It's a collective effort. In fact, if I'm having this presentation in Abuja, my tone will be different. Because I always say the people who are holding Nigeria together, the people that we need to celebrate in these countries are who? They are the farmers. Those rural farmers that climb the tree, that take their cutlasses and go to the bush to till the land and produce food. In my opinion, they are the masters of this country. Without their efforts, all these people dressed in white and suits and all these, you can't afford to do that. It's simply because these people are really producing food and the food is getting to the market and the value chain of activities is taking place. My other heroes are the small and medium enterprises. 90% of jobs in Nigeria is being created by SMEs, not NNPC, not banks, not government institutions, small and medium enterprises. These are the people to celebrate. So it means that, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to measure whether these macroeconomic policies work or not, then you have to look at it from the point of view of, are they really contributing towards growth, towards productivity, towards small and medium enterprises producing more, those farmers producing more, and in the process creating jobs? To me, that's the foundation of welfare of a society. If I'm speaking in, for example, New Zealand or in UK, perhaps my language will be different because they have passed this stage of development. But for us, we're still there and we must talk about it and we must fix it. So, ladies and gentlemen, looking at, I just want to put some context here, then I will move very, very fast because I want to go into the paradigm shift very, very fast. But I want us not to forget. I know I was a bit, not really so young, but I believe I was in my university days when we had military rule. And 1st of January, the head of state will come and perform budget, budget lecture, what do they call it? Budget speech, whatever, I can't remember the name they call it, but everybody is looking forward to, was looking forward to 1st of January, so that you will know whether you're going to be happy that year or whether you're going to be angry. And sometimes those head of state will come and say, fellow Nigerians, this year is going to be a year of hardship because of A, B, C, D. But don't worry. By the end of the year to next year, you're going to be very happy. And Nigerians will say, okay, no problem. So let me tighten up. This year is going to be bad. So, madam, no more meat. Let's go fish. Something like that. They will adjust. And another 2-3 years, head of state will come and say, my fellow Nigerians, this is a year of promise. This is a year when we are going to have A, B, C, D. Nice things are going to happen. Unfortunately, the speech of saying good and the speech that is saying not so good, they actually resulted in almost the same thing, disappointment. And we're going to show some of the numbers. Over time, Nigerian growth has not been going up very well. The only time in this country when we had growth that is a bit impressive was 2010, when our growth went to like 9.5%. Since then, it's down. Sometimes a recession, minus, coming up. But look at your population growth. It's going up. Your youth are coming up. How many jobs are you creating? Then you see the job numbers going down. Growth going down. Jobs going down. What about poverty? Going up. I think in the last 30 years, there are only about 2 or 3 years where poverty in Nigeria didn't really go up. Every year, poverty will go up. The question is, what is going on? So, don't be taking my slides. Thank you. Go to the next one. Now, in this presentation, we divided it into two. Even though there are 3 policies, there's a trade policy, but the reason I'm not going to talk about trade policy because that is subsumed under fiscal and partly monetary. And look at what happened in this country. Since the late 70s, when we decided to say bye-bye to agriculture, when we said bye-bye to mining, when we say bye-bye to industrialization, simply because of people like you here in Benin, the Niger Delta. I think you're Niger Delta, isn't it? You have oil. So everybody in this place is rich, as far as I'm concerned, coming from the north, okay? So because of the rich people like you, you know, in Niger Delta, everybody is trying to take something from you. I don't have to do anything. All I need to do is to know Professor Mike. Professor Mike will take me to one of his wells somewhere in his village, and I'll be fine. So that's what everybody does. So governors, head of states, almost everybody, universities, you know, everybody is just waiting for Abuja to give him money. And where will Abuja get money? From Niger Delta. That was it. So it's all about getting dollars, and you convert the dollars into naira, and you start pumping into big buildings, social welfare, so people were used to these fiscal spendings. So that's why in many cases, you go to a university and you see a professor talking to his students and he'll be saying, government should, government should, government should. The moment I hear somebody saying government should, then I know that person doesn't understand how real development works. There are only few things government should do and allow us to do the rest. And that's what we are lacking in Nigeria. Because government fiscal space is all about getting money and spend. So in Nigeria, right now I'm here in Edo State. The moment Rosemary gets to Abuja as an advisor or MD or whoever, then that's when I'm going to reignite my relationship with her, and I will leave this university, I will follow her there. That's it. That's the solution to my problem. And from my village, they will celebrate that, oh, Rosemary has gotten Sagagi as one of her number 13th technical advisor. It's cause for celebration. Big wine. That's how we think. So a typical Nigerian manager in public space is about get money and spend. Not let's go and generate money and spend. That was the thinking. And to me, Mr. Vice Chancellor, ladies and gentlemen, that's one reorientation that we must change. Number 2, And I want you to move fast. Just go to the next slide. Next. Yeah, this is the one. So you have a situation where, because those things that were giving you the money, which is the oil, isn't it? So now the world has moved beyond oil. So now that those days when you're going to get $100, $120 per barrel, unless if there's a war somewhere. So your price is between 80, 60, 70, and you'll be praying that it shouldn't go below 60. Mind you, if you sell one barrel at $60, do you know how much profit you're making? Do you know how much is really the money you're making? It's just about $19, because the cost of producing one barrel is around $40. It's around 40. So don't say, oh, Nigeria sells 1 million barrels of oil, so times $60, that's the money that should come to Nigeria. No. You take away 40% first costs. That's what is going on. So the dollar is not really coming to spend and do all the things that we are used to. You know what we do with the money. You're here because I think one place in Nigeria that actually mismanage its resources is Niger Delta. It's Niger Delta. You people should be the heavens of Africa, not Lagos. But because of this ideology of get money and spend, and if there's money to be spent, who is the first beneficiary? It's me. Who's the next one? My family, and then the people I know. You that up there, you're on your own. That's what is going on. And that's why when you look at Niger Delta here, and you look at the quantum of resources that they're pouring into you, and you do, the accountants here, do forensic accounting, you will see where the money is going. It's not really going to schools. It's not really, some of it is going there, but most of it is not going there. Most of it is not going to the hospital. Most of it is not going to the construction of the roads. It's going somewhere. You have to go to the islands in Caribbean. That's why you find the money of people from Niger Delta. The Caribbeans. That's why they hide the money. Northerners, when we get our own, is usually Dubai and those Arab places, smart ones, they go to London. But that's how we do it. Just imagine this. Professor Mike, a Nigerian takes $2 billion from his people. $2 billion. From the oil money, from the oil, whatever it is, from his office. $2 billion. There's no bank in Nigeria that will take that money from you. So you now take it to one of these islands. And in most cases, up to the day you're going to die, you're not going to touch that money. And your family will never touch that money. Never, ever. I'm telling you this because you are Niger Delta. There are many of you past governors, past senators, who have gone and their monies is all over the place. Their families cannot even touch it. And your family can't go to President Tinubu and say, oh, my husband's senator, he died and left $2 billion. So $2 billion, where did he get it? Isn't it? You won't say that. So the money is gone. Look at the orientation, ladies and gentlemen. I said $2 billion because this is the least amount I can talk about. If I mention the real amount, you will say I'm lying, and I don't want you to have, So just look at it. So as that money stopped coming because of the reason I'm giving you, look at this table from top. You started borrowing. You see that? You started borrowing. Let me give you, in 2015, you borrowed about $65.4 billion to spend because you are not generating revenue and the oil money is not coming. And that translated there into about 12.6 trillion. That was 2015. Then you keep spending, and you keep getting more and more and more and more, to the extent that as of 2024, now you are having $94.2 billion to pay, and now the amount is 144.6 trillion loan that the government has collected to spend. And that's why right now in Nigeria, there are times in which 90% of your revenue, whatever revenue federal government makes, whatever revenue from any source, goes for debt what? Repayment? No. You're simply servicing debt. As I'm speaking to you right now, there are states, there are ministries that are still contracting loans. Have you seen one of our issues? So one of our macroeconomic issues that is really giving us issues is what we call fiscal dominance. Our appetite to spend. And okay, let me even stop here. I'm not saying loan is bad. No. I'm not saying loan is bad. No. If Nigeria is going to take loan and will say there is a road that connects the old campus of this university to its new campus, let's build that road, because when we do that, there will be a lot of economic activities that will take place. Why not? The road can pay for itself through the revenues that we are going to be making. And especially when you introduce your motto there, the fear of God into it. When you give the contract the way it should be given, not 50-50. Believe you me, this money will have translated into tremendous growth and development into this country. Unfortunately, look at what happened to you. Despite your expenditures, look at the table down. That line you see going up and down, that's your economic growth. That's your productivity. That's the money you're generating. Is it going up or down? You see? So your expenditure is going up, and your wealth creation is going down. And the moment this line is going down, it means that your people cannot feed well, you cannot create jobs, and you cannot produce much. Your industries are not going to perform. You can't build any roads again. And inflation was set in. Was 200 million people? I don't know whether at this point it's taken. So I'm not going to go into the numbers. Some of the numbers are there. You can really see the GDP figures. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you very much. So when you have, okay, let me digress a little bit. Now I'm not going to talk about military and all those periods. Just go back to the last 10 years, 1 decade. When we keep borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. And then there was a time we realized that, wait, we don't need to even borrow. Using treasury bills or bonds, that's too much. All we need to do is to call the central bank and say, we need 200 billion. Print it for us today. I say, yes, sir. So we'll print the money. Who are we going to give the money? Give some to Professor Mike, 50, Rosemary, 20, and this one is shared. That is it. Then by next tomorrow, Vice Chancellor will come, we did it. Oh, CBN Governor, how are you? Good. Can you print another 300 billion? No problem, sir. That's what they call ways and means. Do you know how much we printed within 7 years? 30 trillion naira of money backed by nothing. Money pumped into the economy with nothing, no security. And now you're telling me Nigeria would not be inflationary? While you have too much money in circulation, while look at your economic growth is going down, you're not producing a lot of agricultural products, you're not producing much. So inflation is really, so the only way the last government, the only way they held the naira at that 300, 400 was to keep pumping money
into different things, and at the same time converting Nigerian foreign exchange to support Naira. And look at what happened. When Sunusi Lamido Sunusi left CBN, if memory has not failed me, I think he left about $60 billion. Jordan Soludo was even higher. By the time in 2023, before the new government came, Nigeria had less than $10 billion. I say less than because I don't want to give you the actual figure. But just take it as less than $10 billion. With which money are you going to use to support Naira? They have already spent all the dollars. And your economy is already inflationary. What options do you have? So the other options you have is to say, for every lecturer that gets his, how much do they pay us now? Maybe your private university, you get more. So 50% of your salary would be taxed. That's one option. So we get money from tax. We tax people heavily. Or we go and borrow again. So we have to go to IMF right now and they'll put us now into a program. Then IMF will now be the Minister of Finance. IMF will now be in Villa telling Mr. President what to do. That's your next option because your economy is gone. $10 billion, 200 million people, and you have to import. So where will you even get the money to pay for the fuel subsidy if you want to? I'm not trying to defend the government. But all I'm saying is that the realities of the situation, which because of my privileged position, I have seen it. Another thing I didn't tell you is I'm the chairman that look at even the reserve of the central bank. So I can tell you about our reserve, what do we have, what do we don't have. At that point, we didn't have. So in that, you don't need anybody to come and tell you that you have to reform. Unfortunately, the person that pays the price of any reform, good or bad, is the ordinary Nigerian. The ordinary Nigerian that forgot over the years to demand for good governance. That's it. That's it. Because if we had been demanding for good governance, the last 20 years will not have created the kind of scenario we find ourselves. And let me tell you another thing which I don't think he will even be unhappy. The CBN governor, I don't know how many times I quarreled with him on some of these policies. But at the end of our quarrel, I will notice that I will lose. Because central bank of today, I'm not talking about central bank of the last few years. Central bank of today is evidence-based. You can have your orientation, you can have your thinking, you can have your philosophy, whatever it is. But at the end of the day, look at the numbers. If you have any issue with those numbers, bring a better number. If you don't have a better number, this is a fact. So it has to be evidence-based. And the evidence will come and support that. The tightening monetary stand of the central bank is the way to go because you have this less than $10 billion. Your Naira, and let me say this, and I hope people are not going to amplify this. If not because of the tightening monetary stand of the central bank, you remember when Naira reached 1,000? Is it 1,000 or 1,001? You remember that time? Wow. The expectation, if that thing has not been done, Naira will have been around 3,000 Naira. And if Naira hits 2,000 or 3,000, imagine how long it will take to bring it back to 1,000. Remember how long it will take. But there was a time, I think over the last few months, when Naira went back to around 960. But because Nigerians were used to this, imports, the moment somebody realized now dollar is cheap, okay, somebody didn't, she will realize that she needs to make her hair in UK. So she will just go and buy dollars and take a plane. And before you know it, but the good news is, at least now, we have started getting inflows from remittances, from investors. And now because we don't even have the wherewithal to import, and now Nigerians are looking inward to export. In the last 3 consecutive months, Nigeria is having positive balance of payment, something that has not happened in many, many years. And today, as I'm speaking to you, our net reserve is over 20 billion, and our gross reserve is nearly 40 billion US dollars. So, what am I saying, ladies and gentlemen? It's not that the physical is only creating trouble. They're also doing certain things, which I'm going to share. But the physical authority that manages the budget and what have you will have to also align with the what? With the monetary to achieve the desired results. But let me just tell you, because I don't want us to guess. This session is not about guessing. It's about knowing exactly what is going on in these reforms. Okay, this one I'm just giving you about inflation that has been, going out of control. Next slide. Next. Yes. These are key elements of the reforms. The ones that you may like, that you may not like. They are all here. The major ones. They remove the price, the fuel subsidy. So if you happen to be, for example, the head of state of the time, what would you do? So probably that's the first question you have to ask yourself. You have less than 10 billion US dollars. You have ways and means of over 30 trillion. That is, inflation is going out of control. So you don't have dollars and you don't have minting to print dollars in Nigeria. You have to earn it. So how are you going to get the dollars? Are you going to borrow more? Or are you going to go to IMF to be on a program? Or are you going to tax everybody 50% of his income? What are you going to do? So that's one of the areas we have to look at. The second is attracting new investments. And because now Naira is getting a fair price because of the monetary policy rates, now you are getting people having confidence in the currency to come and invest in the Nigerian economy. So now you're getting, even though it's not the best money, that's why it's called hot money. These are people with money. The money is there. But they're looking for where to put the money. And you already need that money for stability. So you say, okay, come and take this. I'll pay you after 6 months, 3 months, whatever it is. Then you use the DMO formula of -1 + 1. Then you go get that money. At least it will give you some space to stabilize. Central bank doesn't solve a national economic problem. It's a partner. And it can give you time, space to do the right thing. The next is trade facilitation, national single window. The custom operation, the use of IT to make sure that import and export are seamless. This is a very, very good reform, which I think it's really working, and I know it can be enhanced, but it's working right now. Tax reform is still in the pipeline, but we believe when this happens, is going to make tax more transparent, and is going to most of these leakages, can be blocked, and at the same time, we can really see those Nigerians that are not even supposed to be taxed. Because that's one of the areas I like about the tax reform. There's some Nigerians that ideally should not be taxed. To me, including lecturers. I wish I can get to Mr. President, I would tell him lecturers should not be taxed. If he argues, then I will sit down and do analysis of a lecturer's salary. Then I'm sure I will get some 200% before I get out of that office for us. Then the next one It's revenue mobilization, which you see at the state level, at the federal level. That revenue mobilization drive is really going on. And also low interest government borrowing. I think that's one area that I also commend the fiscal authority, because right now, instead of going to be borrowing from everywhere, now they're looking at those development partners that can give it at 1 or 2%, which I think will now mitigate the issue of the high interest rate, which I also is something positive. Next, commodity price. I've already mentioned that. 5 months ago, everybody is crying. Gari going up, sugar, everything going up. But now, I happen to be someone, every 2 weeks, I made it a duty to go to a local market. So I don't get my prices from National Bureau of Statistics now. In fact, very soon, I'm going to be in Enugu, live. Because in our meeting of last week, Enugu happened to be one of the most inflationary states. So the question is why? Why Enugu? Why Enugu? So I don't want somebody to come and write a paper. I want to go there and see with my eyes what is going on there, so that we can help towards shaping the policy that can work in addressing inflation. And of course, the next one is the Bank of Agriculture. Now I think they have about I think it's about 600 billion, if I'm not mistaken, or more. Now very soon is going to be reignited to support farmers, which I think is good. And this accelerated stabilization and advancement plan, which is looking at sectoral opportunities from infrastructure to housing to industry, name it, ICT, and try to direct some government intervention, which I think they're really working on that. Non-oil export, I've already mentioned that. Monetary tightening, I've already mentioned that. Diaspora remittances. Now, many people don't know that, but right now Central Bank is doing road shows, going to show Nigeria in a good light, and I will show you some of that result. These are some things that people don't see that is creating this stability. And the next one is bank recapitalization. Now banks will have to get billions, because if you are not strong, then you cannot be able to absorb shocks. So that one is also going on. Foreign exchange market, now that arbitrage. Do you know what happened before? If I'm in central bank, especially if I'm close to the governor, if I want to make Professor Mike multi-billionaire in 1 month, I can do it. Very easy. All I need to do is to allocate dollars for you. How much is the dollar at the CBN? 300 naira. How much is he going to sell that dollar in the market here? He'll make what? He will make at least 200 naira for every dollar. That is it. That's it. That's how people have been doing it. So you just go there, you see people queuing. You go there, you get $50,000, $1 million, $2 million, and those dollars, whose dollars are? It belongs to the 200 million Nigerians, because the central bank allowed two prices for dollars. One official, one parallel market, which we call black market. Government will give you a 300 plus. At the black market, you sell it at 400, 500 plus. That I'm talking about then, not now. That has gone. Now the difference between the prices in official markets and the price in the parallel market is like this. Very negligible. So that arbitrage gone. Now go to central bank. I challenge anyone to go to central bank today. You will not see two visitors in the office of the governor. You won't see it. Two visitors, either from his village or from his friends. Nobody, because why will I go and see central governor anyway? He's not going to give me honorary degree. He's not going to. The reason I want to see him is because I'm looking for dollars. And when you go there, he just said, "Oh, go to your bank, because the same price I'm going to give you, the same price that your bank will give you. So why do you need to come here?" this is one area of the reform that I think it's really helping the economy silently. And of course, the rebuilding trust, because, and I'm going to show you one there. Next slide, so that I can quickly. Foreign reserve, I already told you, now we are about 38.7 billion. There was a time we were about 40.19 billion. And the reason why it went down is because we had some compulsory payments that we have to make. And we are hoping that before the end of this quarter is going to bounce back to over that. And by the time you get to a comfortable foreign exchange, then what will naturally happen is Naira will regain its strength. That's a natural thing to do. Because the speculators are looking at, does the central bank has the capacity to defend Naira? No, they don't. They only have this. Because this figures we have to publish it by law. It has to be published. So speculators, they know they don't have dollars, so they can speculate. But if they know you can always come, then that will really check their behavior. And then the common man will get what he's looking for. And of course, the debt servicing is also going down because of what I mentioned. Inflation has already been moderated. It has not gotten to the level where we said we will start celebrating. No, we are not celebrating. Even though inflation is coming down, we are not celebrating. We are still vigilant. We don't want it to go up. And the next one is the external balance, which I've already explained, which is now positive. Next slide. Next. Next slide, please. Aha. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've already told you some of these nice things about these policies. Really nice things that is happening. Inflation is moderating. The arbitrage in foreign exchange is actually being almost overcome, isn't it? And most of those things. Then the next thing you're going to ask me is, okay, how does that translate into a common man pocket? How does that translate into when I finish from this university, I'm going to get a job? Because that's what I don't have business with dollars. I don't have business with your reserve as a person. So those people in the rural communities, all this conversation we're having, they don't give a damn. All they are interested in to go and buy the agricultural inputs cheaply, to go to the farm, which is secured, and to produce their own food. They don't care who is the governor. They don't care who is the president. So how are you delivering on that? And we said, that we are not doing well. That we are not doing well. Why? Look at it. Look at our GDP per capita. Look at Nigeria is the last one there. All these countries are African countries. Niger, South Africa, Morocco, Ethiopia, all these. Look at their productivity. When you take their productivity, what they are producing in their universities, in their factories, in their agriculture, and you divide it by the people, that's their per capita GDP. And look at the Nigerian one, down, very small. It means you are not producing much. And I don't care what you do in the Ministry of Finance or CBN, if you don't direct attention to boosting productivity, you will just be delaying the inevitable. So that area, Nigeria up till now has not gotten the right formula on promoting agriculture. The crops, the livestock, up till now, we are nowhere to be found. Number two, up to today, Nigeria has not gotten the right formula to create jobs for the youth, unfortunately. Up to today, Nigeria cannot be termed as entrepreneurial society, and I will show that to you. And that means also you are not doing a very good job. The next one. Next slide. Are you going? Okay. Go to the next slide. Yeah. Low human capital development. For every country to get from point A to point B, you must build your human capital. And Nigeria has not done a very good job there. Education, health, social safety net, we have not done a very good job. And that's why when you look at the index of Nigeria, it's not very good. Unfortunately, now our population is estimated as 236 million, and it's increasing. We are not doing a very good job there. So I'm not going to belabor this issue. Next slide. Next slide. Aha. This is just to depict. You see that line, red, that is going almost consistent, like line? That's your population. That line is growing because the population growth in Nigeria is around 3 point something percent, and now it's around 2 point something percent, isn't it? So between 2 point something and 3 point something, the difference is not much. That's why you see the line like this. But still, that is the growth rate. The growth rate remains stable, but it's increasing. The quantum is increasing, but the rate is moderating, isn't it? Either way, our population is growing. But to feed those people, to create jobs for them, look at that yellow line. You see that? The level, in most cases, is below the population growth. So the more kids you have, the more that you have not provided food for them. The more kids you have today and tomorrow, the more that the jobs have not been provided for them. That's what this line is talking about. And it means we are not doing a very good job in projecting our population and projecting our economic growth and employment to fit our population dynamics. We are not doing a very good job there. Look at one line upstairs there, red. Can you see that? One outlier line like that. Have you seen that? What is that line? Poverty level. Is it going down or going up? It's going up. You see that? You're not providing for your population, and that's why your poverty is right up there and is growing very fast. This is a big issue for this country. And Mr. Vice Chancellor, thank you for allowing us to have this conversation. Next slide. And these are all indices that are saying Nigeria is not really where we need to be. Next slide. Next slide. You see, this is I think the last point, which I've already explained that. And I like Mr. Momo. Mr. Momo happened to be one of the directors in National Institute for Strategic Studies in Kuru, Jos, which I believe, I'm sure, VC, you are there. Very soon they will take you there. You know, it's a school for strategic studies. These big military people, ministers, head of state, most of them, they went there. And he's one of the directors there. And look at his research finding. His study found that high prevalence of what? Systemic what? Corruption. So it has already become in our blood. You know, corruption that's what he meant by systemic. Mismanagement of public resources, you know, it's now in our blood. So the question is, not only we have to do what we need to do, but we need some special prayers to really bring the hand of God to take this terrible blood out of our system. It's very, very important. Next slide. So we need a paradigm shift. There are certain changes that we need to make. Number one, next slide. We need to stimulate agricultural productivity, and this is very easy to do. Very easy. Very easy to do. I was with the two ministers of agriculture last few months. And if you go to the website, you can even see the meeting I had with them. We spent 2 years, from 2019 to 2020, during Corona. As people were at home, we were in Abuja with some experts, looking at the previous agricultural development policies in Nigeria, looking at those things we have done correctly and some of those things we have done badly, and we designed a new policy. For the first time in the history of the country, we said agriculture is not Abuja, agriculture is in states. Take these policies to states. to see whether it makes sense to them. And I participated in all the 6 geopolitical zones, all of them, to validate that policy. And we went back to Abuja to look at it again. As I'm speaking to you, that policy is now almost 2 years old, but the implementation, see that? So we are here talking about policy, to do a very good policy, isn't it? So now you have a good policy, and you're not implementing it. So if you ask me right now, Mr. President is declaring state of emergency on food, I will tell you, Mr. President, remove this, what do you call it? State of emergency. Go and implement NATIP, National Agricultural Technology and Innovation Policy. Give farmers the technologies they need. Give farmers the knowledge they need, isn't it? Give farmers the kind of funding they need. Strengthen research institutions so that you don't need to rely on foreign inputs. Make sure you clean up the input market so that farmers can get a very good standard input that can make Nigerian products competitive in the international markets. Right now, nobody will take Nigerian food. The only people that can eat Nigerian food are Nigerians. I think the only 2 exceptions is yam and cassava. And cassava is because cassava is not food. Cassava is an industrial chemical. That is it. Europe has already rejected our cowpea. Even sesame, they have to take it to Ghana to clean and export as Ghanaian products. Yes. Go to Ghana, Nigerian yam, you will see it in Ghana. They will package it and ship it to Europe as Ghanaian yam. Because we forget that there is something called global agricultural practices. Next slide. We have to stimulate non-oil exports. I think partly I've already discussed this. I have to move very fast because the discussants. Next slide. No, go back. Because I want the discussants also to comment on this. You said you want policies, isn't it? Look at the policies. We have a policy called Zero Reject Program. Zero Reject, meaning that any product that we are going to export from Edo States should fit international standards. Our product cannot be rejected. That project has not gone beyond the paper it was written. And it has been designed for over 5 years. The next one is agro certification for exports from Ministry of Trade and Investment is still at the introductory stage, even though I know of this project 3 years ago. Which one is the other one? Zero oil. Wow. I'm sure he's not going to be unhappy if he had me. The current Minister of Defense, Badaru, when he was a governor, he was so excited about this zero oil, and he was very close to the president. We had a series of meetings in his office on how to fast track this zero oil so that we develop non-oil. At some point, he gave up. If a governor can give up. So you're looking for policies. They are there. All it requires is somebody to say, let's go and dust it and implement it. The other one which I want also people to probably talk about, which one is that? Okay, I think these are the major ones. Next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to create wealth. And how do you create wealth? We have to train our youth on what we call 21st century skills. And we have to direct those skills to the industry. Meaning that some of us who are professors, who are lecturers, we need to also re-educate ourselves. Because frequently I have been to classes where I listen to a lecturer teaching students something that I know doesn't exist. Giving students knowledge that I know that knowledge is no longer relevant. So we need to update ourselves so that we can direct the minds of our students to what is really contemporary. Not that to forget the past. We have to reduce cost of governance in the country. We need to return back the idea of foreign exchange and physical buffers. Before, when we have this excess crude oil, isn't it? We save it. That's what Saudi Arabia has been doing. But in Nigeria, whatever we get, we spend. The moment they say now we have $10 billion excess crude oil, you will see governors with their siren having meetings, going to the presidency, you must give us our money. They will open the book, the law. See, it's written here that you must give us our money. And the moment that money is pumped into the economy, is what? It will find its way, some of it, to Sabo, to buy dollars. I'm not saying all. A chunk of it goes to local foreign exchange market. Next slide. We need fiscal coordination, meaning that you remember those 3 people I mentioned early in the morning? Yeah, they have to work in synergy. They have to work together. It means that Mr. President, in his laptop, or whoever is managing it for him, must have dashboards on agriculture, on industries, on jobs, on inflation, and to have somebody constantly working with all these authorities together to make sure he's getting results. If we don't have this collaboration, it's very difficult to get to where we want to go. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you very much.
Wow, wow. Put your hands together. Celebrate our speaker, our keynote speaker, Professor Motara Sako Sagagi. Can we do more better than that? Thank you very much, sir. Please be seated. You will agree with me that that was a very beautiful and intelligent delivery. I particularly like the fact that Professor Mutala came down to the level of reasoning of even our students here. How many of you found that lesson and presentation to be quite interesting and understanding? Our student, most in particular. Yes. Put your hands together for him again. Put your hands together for him. You will agree with me that Professor Muta is not just someone who has reviewed Nigerian policies. He has handled them. He has evaluated them. So he's actually a gatekeeper in talking about rethinking what? Nigeria's economic management policies. I like the particular one because we're all lecturers. Majority of us here, apart from those who represent the industry. Where he said he was going to have that meeting with the president. I was going to ask, how soon will that meeting be? Won't you love that? That lecturers will no longer be taxed. Please put your hands together for Professor Muta. Put your hands together for him. Thank you so much, sir. You said so many beautiful things. One of the things that struck me as you presented was when you mentioned that you do not get your prizes from the Natural Bureau of Statistics. You rather take it as a course of duty to go every 2 weeks to the marketplace to get your prize. As a sociologist that I am, that's what we call participant observation as a research method, because you go very well into the real field and you get the details that you need and you bring that back. So you're not only giving details, but actual facts. And I believe that that becomes a very important material resource or data when you're putting together and considering many of these policies. I'd like you to begin to take note of your questions, because I believe that we've listened to very interesting keynote presentations and you have questions. However, we will take those questions, but take note of them. The ushers can go around, pass a slip of paper so that those questions can be taken can be documented, because we're going to have the Q&A session when we have the panelists come on stage where we'll discuss this. But before we get to that, please just make sure that every one of those interesting questions, those, is stimulating and engaging discourse that you want to bring to the table, they are well captured and documented. We're actually supposed to take a break right now. We've been sitting, and you know that, of course, some of us are perhaps tired. I'd like you to just stand up. Permit me to say stand up. There's a bottle of water by your side. Please grab it. Yes. As teachers that we are, you know that even when you begin to teach, you will know that, yes, at some point, you begin to get a bit tired. So just please stand up and then turn to the left, turn to the right, just a little bit. We're going to take a picture shortly. The Vice Chancellor and his team will be stepping out because of other essential duties. So we'll take a picture quickly. And we just have, okay, thank you so much. So please, let's celebrate the Vice Chancellor as he comes up on the stage. Photographer, okay, let's go up stage. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, I got the wrong signal then. Thank you very much. I'm so pleased and happy that our Vice Chancellor, is this. Let's have him come up on stage. Yes. What are we doing? Told that you want to stay back. Are you leaving now? Okay, but you still be around. Maybe after the okay. So,
distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're happy that despite the tight schedule of the Vice Chancellor, he has notified that after the keynote, the speech by his own lecturer, by Dr. Amadi, they will take the photograph after the lecture by Dr. Amadi.
Yeah.
Please, can we give a round of applause to the Vice Chancellor? Several times we have, knowing fully well that the Vice Chancellor has a very tight schedule.
Yes.
We have tried to say, let's have the photograph, but he's saying that, no, I want to listen to.
And I'm particularly happy that he's here with us.
Yes.
And he's engaging. Can we put our hands
Please, once
together
again, can we celebrate our Vice Chancellor? So quickly, we'll be very fast with this. We'll take the citation of Dr. Amadi. And after then, I want to also plead with Dr. Amadi so that we'll work with time. And after his own lecture, we will take the group photograph. Then our Vice Chancellor can depart. He has already blessed us, and we can continue. Please, let's take the citation. We'll do more recognition later, please. Let's take the citation of Dr. Amadi.
Okay. Please step forward, sir. Dr. Sam Amadi is a policy, strategies, and law and governance expert. He's a director of Abuja School of Social and Political Thought and a visiting professor at the Emerald Energy Institute at the University of Port Harcourt. He is a chair of the Development Law Group of the Nigerian Bar Association section on Public Interest Law and Development, which he, as a founding council, is also a founding council member of that association. He was associate professor and head of Department of International Law and Jurisprudence at Bayes University, Abuja until June 2021. He was a visiting research fellow at the Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies from 2016 to 2018. He was a fellow, Carr Center for Human Rights Policy, Kennedy School of Government, Harvard. He has, to his credit, numerous publications in both local and leading international journals, and has drafted several policy papers which has been used to effect reforms across various sectors of the Nigerian economy. He holds a research doctorate degree in law from Harvard University, Cambridge, Massachusetts in 2004, a Master of Public Administration in 2003, and a Master's in Law in 2001 from the same institution. He got an LMB from the University of Calabar in 1992. He was called to the Nigerian Bar in 1993 after passing from the Nigerian Law School. In April 2021, he was appointed member of the Law Reform Committee, a standing committee of the Nigerian Bar Association. In October 2024, he was appointed the chair of the Adjudication Review Committee, a standing committee of the NBA established to strengthen Nigeria's judicial system by offering critical, scholarly, and professional reviews on landmark decisions and supporting the development of a jurisprudence that fosters democratic accountability and progress. He presently chairs the Center for Public Policy and Research, Abuja, which focuses on innovation, development, entrepreneurship, accountability, and sustainability. The center is engaged in promoting digital wealth creation and entrepreneurship through the Owerri Digital Handout. ODH is a special intervention for Owerri young techniques on technological innovation and digital technology. In its 2 quarters, the ODH has built the capacity of over 100 technologists and innovators in Imo State. Between 2010 to 2015, he was chairman and CEO of Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NEC. He has been editor of journals and held lecturing and advisory positions in universities, government institutions, and international organizations. He was at various times special advisor on research and strategy to the Senate President and special assistant to the Foreign Affairs Minister. He was also the director of policy for the Good Governance Group, 3G, a pro-democracy coalition of Nigerian leading politicians that advocated for constitutional transfer of power to the vice president during the Yar'Adua presidency, when the president could not perform constitutional responsibility due to chronic ill health. Amadi has been a member of several boards, including the UN Advisory Council of Global Electricity Initiative, Sector on Public Interest and Development Law of the Nigerian Bar Association, Center for Law and Social Action, and McDowell Foundation, a Washington-based policy think tank. He is the chair of board of trustees of Abino Association of Nigeria and Civil Liberties Organization, Abuja branch. He has been chairman of some Senate technical committees, including Senate Technical Committee on Review of Nigeria's Transport Sector Bill and Senate Technical Committee on Review of Nigeria Competition and Consumer Protection Commission Bill. He was a member of the Presidential Committee on Reform Processes in the Public Service in Nigeria and was a consultant and member of the Ministerial Committee on Bloody Oil, constituted by the Minister of Foreign Affairs in 2009. In 2020, he was a visiting lecturer on energy policy and regulation at the Emerald Energy Institute for Petroleum, Energy Economics, Policy and Strategy, University of Port Harcourt for MSc and PhD students. Dr. Amadi is a peace and conflict management and justice sector professional. He has delivered commission papers for Nigeria's Institute of Peace and Conflict Resolution and has engaged on conflict mitigation programs for the United States Agency for International Development, USAID. The program focused on restive states in northern Nigeria and North Niger Delta states and revived the implementation of early warning signals and conflict mitigation strategies. As a consultant, he developed 2 kits for needs assessment and evaluation of interventions and advice on policy intervention for coexistence and social harmony. Dr. Amadi has engaged with various international organizations such as USAID, OPEC, and African Union in 2007 and 2008. He was a member of the Nigerian delegation to the Commonwealth and Heads of Government Summit in Uganda and the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, and Saudi Arabia. He has been consultant for Open Society Initiative of West Africa on migration, globalization, and human rights in 2008. Dr. Amadi is also the chief Ideas Officer of the Logosphere Advisory, a public sector policy and strategy consulting firm in Abuja. He's also an honorary fellow of the so many organizations, including the Society of the Project Management Professionals Institute International, an organization on occupational safety and health of Nigeria. In 2016, he was awarded the Kwame Nkrumah Leadership Prize for Excellence in Educational Development by the African Youth Parliament. I present to you Dr. Sam Amadi to take his speech. Hallelujah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And first, let me thank the Vice Chancellor for the privilege and the honor to be invited, and of course, the Dean and the principal professors and professors, and of course, our dear students. Let me also thank the keynote speaker, Professor Motala Tikaka. Okay, a wonderful paper. I think the property to even have my slide and I have a written paper. I always like to write a written paper, but I would rather follow and kind of ride on his very comprehensive presentation. Because my presentation parallels or follows after his. I kind of think that a man of his pedigree will lay out very broad and database framework. So first, I think this is a wonderful place. I like the fact that the buildings have their old look. One of the things I regret as an African is that our cities do not tell a story about ourselves. So one day I was driving to my place, I'm from Owerri, Imo State, and I was wondering if my grandfather, if God allows them to come back, let's say those who died 100 years ago, there's no way they will know that this is their village. And I just got very angry. I think there's something perhaps linking our lack of fiscal continuity with our economic and social crisis. But if you go elsewhere in the world, you see continuity. If you go to major cities, they improve the inside. If you go to Paris, for example, you would wonder that these are very bad buildings. But when you get inside, it looks so modern. They have council laws that forbid you from doing major physical change to the the way the buildings lay out. So I want to also say that the university should try as much as possible to preserve this look, even as improve the details and modernize the university. I like it, the way it is. I recall when I was also chairman of NEC and I had Fashola come to give a lecture, and it was a time that I was debating whether they should allow Molue. And I was telling Fashola, please allow Molue to be. He was so shocked. He said, Sam, why? I said, because if you look at Nigerian literature, most of the great writers, their experience or the stories revolve around Molue exchanges. The preaching, the selling of drugs, the comic relief. So it's like the people and the environment. That's some kind of symbiosis between people and environment that is critical to sustain a uniform development. I think the colonial interruption, and it has impact for economic development as well, has created some kind of this disruption that affects both the continuity of ideas. We're not taking from the past, thinking to them to the future. So I want to underline that point before I continue. Now, I would like to do more of an interpretation, and I have my slide here, so even if it's not showing, I will read it. I start by saying in my introduction that Nigeria is a developing country, but its economic conditions are not improving in any significant form. It is true, like Prof has pointed out, the various reforms, and we are grateful for them. But in terms of economic outcome, transformation, we're not seeing much. Not just now, but perhaps, thank you very much, but perhaps since 1960. And I say it's no longer news that at independence, Nigeria had better economic outlook than many of the now developed East Asian countries. One thing I would like to do is this. And let me first say, I am trained first as a lawyer, then I went to Harvard for my master's, and I went back to study public administration. And ever since I came back, my focus has been on economics. In fact, the course I wanted to do was economics and philosophy. And of course, we didn't have good background in mathematics. So my first choice was philosophy. I went to Suka to do philosophy. My uncle said, no, leave. If you do law, you will meet philosophy, you will meet economics. I didn't quite meet economics here or when I was undergrad, but when I went to Harvard, I became law and economics. And so all my research work has been on economic development. That has been my passion. In fact, sometimes people forget that I'm a PhD is actually in law, but my master's in public administration focused on economic development and institutions. So I've always tried to find out a simple issue. Why did some countries develop and why did others not develop? And understanding an explanation of failure of development is actually very important to finding our way towards transformation. And before I just pick some slides in my 30-something slides, it's important to put out this narrative. Two data sets are very important here. The first one, if you look at the graph, Nigeria had divergence with Ethiopia at independence. Big divergence, big time, okay? Today, Nigeria and Ethiopia have the same GDP per capita. So Nigeria actually is worse off than it was then. Second data set. In 1994, Nigeria's energy production power was 1,450 megawatts. Taiwan was 1,300 and something. Today, best case scenario, Nigeria daily supply is about, let's say generously 4,025 megawatts. But most times 3,400, 3,500. Today, Taiwan production of electricity is 30,000. 1994, 2005, 2025. Look at the divergence. Of course, there are many factors to explain that. But that's to underline that we need to understand why this happened. We are going through the same macroeconomic crisis, the same low utilization of resources, the same fiscal and monetary stability that Prof has very well shown us, the same low manufacturing contribution to foreign revenue, the same goods and factor price volatility. So nothing has really changed. If you look at Professor Dr. Chuo Kongu's book on Nigeria traumatized economy, everything he said is like what that was published in 1986. So not as 1986, not much has changed. We still have the same lack of clarity of leadership and a lack of consensus on development, which leads to disarray in policymaking. And of course, and the lack of guarantee of continuity, even when these policies are good policies. Just for context, let me quote Professor Okongu, Dr. Kongu, former Nigerian Minister of Finance in 1986. His book says, it is true in 1986. No, he says, in sum, then, we appear to be in a trap. We are obliged to make urgent, severe structural adjustments, but at the same time, when a combination of factors, severely depleted foreign exchange resources, not even sufficient to finance a one-month traditional level of import, probable failure trajectory of the global supereconomy, weak industrial framework among wrong orientation in capital fixation, which you can ill afford, outlandish price relations worsened by inflation regime, exacerbation of issues of economic maldistribution with more entrenched vested interests, poor work ethics, reinforced by poor reward system, the future prospects, even self-doubt, plain cynicism and despair, etc., seem to render the transformation question almost impossible. This was 1986. Okay. Now, I would like to say, where are we? And I think Prof has laid it out very well, where we are. Normally, economists sometimes get focused on growth, which is important. Growth is a driver of development, but development is much more, comprehensive. As Amartya argued properly, development is about freedom. It's about enhancing capabilities. And so, if you ask a question, what should be the metric of assessing whether we are doing well? And Dudley Sear, I think in 1963 paper long ago, put that to rest. He said, look at what's happening to three factors. What's happening to poverty, what's happening to unemployment, and then look at what's happening to inequality. He said that gives you a picture whether a country is developing. And like Prof pointed out, the whole idea, macroeconomic stability, fiscal stability, and sustainability are all means to an end. And that end is development. Okay, next slide. So let's take poverty. As at 2019, when we became the world largest poverty capital in the world, we added in 2019, 10 million people added. I think we did, if you look at the MPS, it's about 41 or 40 something percent. But again, I think the World Bank estimates that it's about 52% of Nigerians are poor. But anyhow, we added in 23, 7 million people were alleged to have been added to the poverty. And in 2025, I think they are expecting perhaps more than that number to go into poverty for various factors. Next slide. Okay, inequality. Well, Nigeria is it's an unequal country in many ways. If you look at Gini coefficient, maybe as at 2022, the figure is close to maybe 35.1%. In 2016, 5 richest Nigerians earned to 26.6 billion. That's enough to cancel almost how many percent of Nigerian poverty. So essentially, Nigeria has minimum wage today, graciously, quote unquote, improved to 70%. It's still $40. If you compare with the West African countries, we're actually poorer in many ways. Chad, the last time I checked, they hired in Nigeria about it. And the interesting story is that as at when we started minimum wage, Nigerian minimum wage was about $319 then. I mean, this will not be the same. But the point is that we're actually poorer in those terms than our neighbors. Next slide. Next slide, yeah. Okay. Unemployment. So, as at the old time, when we had, before they changed the methodology, we had about 34 to 40%. Imo said they had about 45% youth unemployment, but the methodology was changed. I was in the meeting where the NBC chief invited us to explain why. And of course, it made sense. It was an outlier. If you look at global unemployment rate, when Nigeria was at something 32, it means that our methodology, something was wrong. Only Nigeria and South Africa had that, very dangerous numbers. But today, I think it's less than 5% by the new methodology. But still, high unemployment if you look at the fact that, and people argue that maybe that methodology is not correct, because every day we see people, it was defined to be, if you work like 2 hours or 4 hours, a cab driver, Uber driver, boat driver, you are employed. So the conventional notion of people who have regular work is not what they use now. But it perhaps some argument to support that people are working, earning money, doing odd things, so that should be employment. So we're not talking about underemployment, which is a different figure. But the point why I brought that out is to illustrate that. Next slide, okay. So Okay. Well, other indicators, debt. The government arguments that we are still within the debt to GDP ratio. But you look at debt services ratio, like Oga mentioned, debt service to revenue, it's really trouble. At a point, we are spending 99 or something naira out of every 100 naira to service debts. It has come down, but it's still a high. I think in this budget, I think if I'm not mistaken, maybe about 15, about 12 or something trillion would go into debt servicing, which is more than the combined budget of health, education, and infrastructure. So something is wrong with debt to revenue, and debt servicing to revenue is a problem, not the GDP. Okay, next slide. Okay. Well, I've mentioned this debt to revenue. Okay. Next slide. Okay, so I tried to say what are the character, just briefly, because I like to follow, understand the nature of a problem, then perhaps you can find a way. What's the character of the economic crisis? He has mentioned it. I will just run through them. Fiscal crisis, motor crisis, debt overhang, growing poverty, low oil production, degrading infrastructure, insecurity, and political stability. Okay, next slide. So I will touch on the few ones. Now, degrading infrastructure, this is an important aspect because every economist, no matter the ideological difference, I agree that infrastructure is key. But if you look at where we stand in Africa, I don't want to go to Asia. You know, we are 24th of 54 African countries, and our stock of infrastructure is much lower than the standard 70% of GDP. Okay, so basically, lack of infrastructure worsens economic growth as well as compounds poverty and inequality. So, and again, you have to say something about infrastructure. There's so much talk about infrastructure. The question is, which infrastructure are you focusing on? I went to, whenever I fly into Uyo Airport, and we're going to Kotabene to the hotel, I see very beautiful road. But one of the days we are flying, Dr. Engineers and one other consultant were going for training. He made a point. He said, Sam, since we have been traveling on this road, we've not seen any local drive this road. We've seen only our jeeps moving. So in a sense, in short to medium term, that infrastructure development may not return much to economic growth and transition in that community. Now, but if you do feeder roads more, for example, I'm not saying it's not good, then that feeder road can unlock economic growth for that community more than some. So the question I'm asking is that we need to question some of the infrastructure development our leaders embark on. I go to Ebony and I see a lot of flyovers in Abakaliki, and I think that perhaps since it's not a hub, perhaps those kind of infrastructure is not what they require when the agricultural places where food is coming from don't have good roads. So the notion of infrastructure, we need to rethink it. What infrastructure are we going to prioritize? You can have a suboptimal infrastructure for a time being that generates more return for you, and then you will upscale as we move on. That's very important. Next slide. Okay. So low productivity. And again, back to what Prof said. The question around structure of our economy, he talked about all this. I made a point about productivity. Now, if you look at the productivity angle, it's connected to what some people call constitutional economics, which is how our basic constitutional framework enable production or hinder it. One example is the idea of national cake. The logic of sharing national cake, the logic of the national cake itself is dangerous. But today, the cake is no longer maybe that even enough to be stolen. If you continue that logic, at the point there will be no more cake to even share. And then we get back to a state of nature of conflict. And if you look at West Africa, the conflict trap arises from the distributional focus of instead of the wealth creation. And it's tied to reward system, that's what I call it structure, incentive structure. The debates are over the tax issue. I was in some of those debates, and I did a paper. If you look at what government has in mind, it's a good idea to say, give more to derivative, give more to those who do production, and less to sharing on equality or on the basis of what they call population. But the problem is that you can't single out one item, that, for example, and then you allow all the fiscal policy to be governed by this idea of equality or population without tying it to also production. So we need to carefully construct a fiscal policy that supports productivity. That's the structure. Now, the direction is also important to bear in mind. Next slide. Oga has mentioned it very well. Our debt to revenue and debt to GDP, of course, our tax policy, and so on and so forth. Next slide. I don't want to talk about that much. I want to get to monetary policy. He has talked about that. We have seen some reduction of volatility. Public debt, as I know, I think it's in my paper, it was there. I think 121 point something trillion is our gross public debt stock, including domestic and foreign at subnational level, national level, and the FCT. So it's actually high, okay? States are worse corporate because their debts are not even prudent managed. Sometimes there's no coordination, and they just kick the can down to the next administration. That's why whether it's Kaduna or whether it's Nimo or whether it's Nugu State, incumbents are complaining that their predecessors left them unmanageable debt. And of course, they don't have the level of leverage the federal government has in terms of revenue to perhaps back up their debt. So state debts are actually more dangerous because the states need to do more investment in terms of human development and economic growth, but they don't have the fiscal space to do that. Next slide. Okay. Poverty. I think it's the less we say about poverty, maybe the better for us. Whether in terms of hunger, the FOI said about 31.5 million Nigerians will suffer acute hunger. That was in 2024. 10 more Nigerians enter poverty. But the key point about poverty in Nigeria, like he showed very well, is that it's going up. Even if the numbers are not growing so much, at the time, I think we had about 70% Nigeria poor. I think it's less in terms of, but the character of poverty perhaps is getting worse. But the dimensional poverty index is high, which tells a better story of deprivation of basic essentials, public health, and so on. Next slide. Okay. We're improving our oil in terms of what we are losing to theft. But again, PIA has tried to streamline things, but still, we don't have the level of transparency we need, and incompetent management has caused a problem. For example, if you look at investment in the sector, most of them are, Nigeria is not witnessing new investments a lot compared with Angola and some other countries that are competing. And investment in oil and gas is now more competitive. So the political environment and the regulatory framework needs to be tightened. Next slide. We don't look at insecurity, we don't take insecurity seriously. And let me say something. The last VAT shows that Imo State is actually one of the worst VAT contributors. And people say, how can that be? We're supposed to be the most entrepreneurial. We're supposed to be, we have the highest graduates every year. Why are we not consuming? People are not coming home again. People are not coming home again. At least most people in Olu area, or where they can still be happening. But Olu area is like few communities that people can go home. They will either stay in maybe Enugu, Oka, just go and see their age mom, fly out. So the insecurity, what it's causing to the economy is financially huge. Again, look at rule of law index. We are doing badly. And rule of law is critical to development. As at in 1 year, between May and April, we had about 6,000 people murdered. I mean, this is terror-related, whether kidnapping or extremists or whatever. That's not good for economic development. Next slide. Okay, so what I have shown here is that when things change, they look like the same again. Nothing has actually changed significantly. Yes, under Obasanjo and Yar'Adua, and then later slightly reduced under Jonathan, we had high economic growth. At some point, we were doing like 7 to 9% GDP growth for like 10 years. Or at least, yes, between 2012, like at the hit point 2015, we are doing at least more than 6% growth, or about 6% growth annually. But those growths were growths without significant jobs because the fundamental of the economic structure were not transformed. There's something that Chokongu mentioned in his book that is still one. He talked about the composition of our industrial production. It's still basically at the primary level. Even our processing, we move from agriculture, we're still not developing tradable goods at the level of world export. Prof made the point about why we still have to go to Ghana. So something like yam, that's not even a big deal, or yam flavor, we are still at a rudimentary level. Now, let's take what has happened in East Asia, for example. Who started with us? As at 1980, China's GDP per capita was far lower than Nigeria. China started their move with Deng in 1978. Now, and I want to emphasize this. In the paper, I argued about policy choices in economic policy making and management. There is this orthodoxy that there is only one way, the dominant idea, private sector. When I was NEC chairman, I argued that we should not privatize. At a point, I think I should leave the slide and just make the point. The slide can be shared, okay? And it's important. At a point, they summoned, all the ministers summoned everybody in the power sector that they must remove me. Jonathan said no. Why? Because I said that we're going to fail with privatization. And I said that idea of privatizing was driven, it was an economic orthodoxy of the World Bank. And of course, it made sense. Government is inefficient, private sector is the answer. But if you look at the economic theory behind it, the theory of principal agent and hard budget line, what you have seen from literature is that what makes the private sector work is not capital, who owns the capital. It's about governance rules. That's why in the bank you have your rules. That's why you have corporate governance rules. So what I told them was that if we privatize without creating the regulatory, the governance capabilities, it will fail. Now let's take China, for example. When Deng came in 1978, they didn't bring any World Bank. They didn't privatize. What did they do? Deng started by changing the mindset of Chinese. He made three statements I want to leave here. First, he says, wealth is glorious. Now, this was a communist country. He said, wealth is glorious. Pursue wealth. So he unlocked their idea about wealth creation. Second comment he made to the third plenum of the CCP is that it does not matter whether my cat is black or white, as long as it catches mouse. Pragmatism. What matters is what works. This notion of market, private sector, and public sector doesn't cut it. And the third thing it says, pursue truth through facts. Now, let me step back and say, all the countries that made transition from underdevelopment to development in the world all had a theory, a doctrine that I can call developmental state. The idea is that the state itself takes interest in organizing economic transactions. The state does not necessarily dominate like communist states, but developmental states are states that create three things. One, a clear consensus on development as priority. Let me illustrate this with what happened in 1973. 1973, we had the so-called indigenation decree that asks that every company coming to Nigeria should have a Nigerian 40% ownership. Now, that was part of the origin of corruption. So what I did was to look for Nigerians in government and make them co-owners of businesses. And then contracts now started going to those companies without control. So that policy did not create coherence. The first thing for economic development is coherence. Coherence means that the ideas of privileging, prioritizing growth has to cascade to everything. There's no other way. So Nigerian economic policy making has not had the required level of ideological coherence they have in China, they have in Singapore, or even Rwanda today. Development is planned. Development is managed. I'm not talking about the old planned economy. Planning means you have to set it up as a priority. You have to create consensus. You have to align all your policies towards development. China did not privatize, but China went and created town and village enterprises. China allowed regions. And Deng says some will be rich first. The coastal states in China became rich through export. Later, the hinterlands became rich. In Nigeria, we tried to curate economic growth in a way that all of us will grow together, or all of us will poor together. We should be pragmatic to unlock our capabilities at different stages. For example, we can allow ECO and Lagos Disco, ECO and Ikeja, to privatize their head, have the fiscal space. Then we can allow Yola, Enugu Disco, to still process and grow into ability to become private. You cannot do development without a pragmatic shift of mindset. Look at South Korea. When General Park came in, you know what he did? They have to borrow Japan and says the state wants to be as economically powerful as Japan. What do? They set up the same structure of planned, market-oriented, structural interventions in the market. I think that to just cover the chase, this is about 36 slides, not to go there. I would like to end with, just go to the last point of my slide to end with it. The incoherence in Nigerian economic system is too much. We don't know whether we want to be a merit-based society or want to be a prerogative-based society. Like I said, all developed countries, every country that has moved from underdevelopment to development has one feature. They are fiercely developmental. They call the chase. They leave everything. They leave culture. They leave tradition. Any culture that's against development, they abandon it. They focus on economic growth through industrialization, technology. And technology is not something you appropriate and dump. Technology is a mindset, what the Nobel economists called dynamic economy, meaning an economy that has a capacity to receive knowledge, that has a capacity to utilize them, and have the capacity for the systems to drive innovation. Today, we can't have, look at Nigerians doing great things all over the world. You can't have innovative economy if your focus is that people receive what they did not create. The whole idea of patent law, IP, and all this is to create much reward to effort and protect returns on investment of learning and knowledge. If you look at Nigeria IP space, it's covered that you are borrowing, but the underlying culture of fair reward system is not in the system. And that's why today, states are not competing for development. Just look at what happened in the 1960s, in the First Republic. We had developmental states at regional level. The Southeast state had the Eastern Nigeria, including Edo, where we are now. They had Eastern Nigeria, or some part of Edo, by the way. Edo was Western, or Delta. We had Eastern Nigeria Development Corporation. We had Western Nigeria Development Corporation. We had North Nigeria Development Corporation. They were run like the Asian developmental state with coherence, with cultural and uniformity, with a sense of one purpose on development. No wonder it became the fastest growing economy in the world. Oprah brought the brightest and the smartest guys and put them into a development agency to drive development. I think that we should move away from the laissez-faire World Bank neoliberal model. No country in the world has developed with that model. And my paper showed evidence with data that there is a need to become a country that is developmental. And the two last words I'll make about it is very simple. To be developmental state means that you have to use economic policies and apply them in your own context, contextualization. And that's why I talk about privatization. Why should you privatize electricity sector that don't have customer number? I was the first to do a customer enumeration. Nobody knew our number. All the discos, nobody has done audited account, no audited account, and you privatize. When the private sector come, they will develop it. How can? These guys went and borrowed money at very high and quick rate of return. They borrowed short money and they invested and they won by looking for return to free their assets they have with the banks. It almost collapsed the bank sector, if not for the smartness of the managers to create some, What's the problem? The problem is that they don't have the capacity to finance expansion, improvement. Yesterday, the Minister of Power says the problem is discos. But why wouldn't discos be a problem? Somebody borrowed 100% of money to acquire an asset, doesn't have the leverage to borrow to finance improvement. The power sector is a long-term investment. That means you will amortize in 20 years. So how can you then amortize in 3 years? And that's why they're asking for high tariff. High tariff. High tariff is not a solution. The problem is that there's no physical space to invest and wait. And there's no corporate governance enough to improve change management, which is what brings efficiency. Efficiency in economics is not a function of ownership of capital necessarily. We have seen private companies go bad. We've seen public enterprises do well. The key thing is that do you understand the science of incentives? Are you able to align it and use it and drive it and implement it? So the point is that these fundamentals that are wrong, maybe the government can manage them, improve them. So in the next 4 years, with the people like this who are very smart, we can have more stable macroeconomic outlook. But the question is, in the next 10 years, are we going to see Nigeria transition from underdevelopment or the next 20 years to become what Taiwan has become today, or what China has become, or what Taiwan? And the argument I'm saying is that except you rethink the fundamental ideas and reconstruct your development policy and trajectory, we're going to go back to cyclical crisis. Better managed, more or less, or badly managed. Thank you very much. Sorry, I have the slides later and the paper.
Please, we can do better than that. Dr. Sam Amadi, we're not actually expecting less. An erudite speaker, lecturer, and we're happy that this public lecture is truly rich with the erudite personalities that have come to deliver the lecture. It is good I also inform you that we have another erudite professor waiting on online to deliver his lecture. But before we do that, the Vice Chancellor has been so, we have been so blessed to have him spend so many hours with us. Please, can we applaud him with a round of applause? At this point, can we please, want to go straight to the podium, and we'll have the Vice Chancellor, the guest lecturers, including the keynote speaker, and the Dean, Faculty of Social Management Science. Let's go in that order quickly. Please, media, let's be fast with this. As we are taking the photograph, please, media, get the slide of, sir, we can, yes. Please, media, get the slide of Dr. Ayo Teriba, and please inform him that in the next few minutes, we'll be having him to deliver his lecture. And let's make sure that every other thing relating to that is on point. May I also use the opportunity to inform us that in today's occasion, we have the chairman of All Farmers Association in Nigeria. It's not a person, His Royal Highness, Alhaji Bako Abira Delu Doku. Thank you very much for coming. We also have the Director of Research. Please, immediately after this photograph, I plead that our management staff should please quickly join. Our management staff that have accompanied the Vice Chancellor into today's occasion. To just please, let's be close to the podium so that we'll quickly manage time. And our distinguished professors, all professors, including our erudite, beautiful, newly minted Professor Joy Osemigeru. Please, let's march majestically close to the podium as we take the photograph.
Let me also recognize that now, okay. Please, representative of the Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, please, you also have to be close to the podium. Let's quickly manage time, please. Yes, please, HODs, please also get ready. We want to also recognize Professor Bamidele Sani, an erudite professor and a Rotarian by excellence. Please, thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much, sir. A very distinguished professor. Please, LOC members, also be close to the podium. We don't want to waste time with this, please. Let's quickly do this. I want to also recognize Professor John Oyer-Noya, the immediate past dean of the Faculty of Social Management Sciences. I want to also specially recognize the Director of Research, Benson, Idahosa University, Professor Falodu. Thank you very much for coming. Yes, a round of applause, a round of applause, a round of applause. Please, let's be fast with the photograph, please. Media, please inform our next guest speaker, Dr. Ayo, that in the next few minutes we'll be having him to give us his own idea on the theme. The last photograph, LOC members, please quickly, LOC members, you agree with me that this committee, they've done a very good job in this particular program, chaired by Professor Mike Asekome. Please, LOC members, your photograph. It's now time for you to take your photograph. All LOC members, Dr. Gina Semuta, Dr. Okungbowa, Dr. Eguono, Dr. Njoku, Dr. Rachel, Dr. David Ozingbe, Dr. Lawrence, Dr. Chinedu, Dr. George, Miss Angela, Mr. Unwokoke Pascal, and Mr. Otagiato. LOC members, please. Let's not keep the Vice Chancellor waiting, please. Once again, we say a very big thank you to our lecturers. Thank you for the time that you are still spending in this particular location. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I must tell you that if there's anything that you shouldn't miss, can we please rise as the VC, the Vice Chancellor, takes his exit, please. Vice Chancellor, thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate your presence. Please, you can do better than that. A louder one, a louder one, a louder one. Thank you very much, sir. Please, media, can you display the photograph of Dr. Ayo Teriba as we put him on for his lecture? We want to take his citation, so please. Yes. Please, can we have the photograph of Dr. Ayo Teriba? Thank you very much. And after that, after his lecture, we'll be going straight to the question and answer section, and that will be chaired by one of our erudite professors. Please start writing your question. Read topical issues about the economy, about exchange rate, about poverty, and how to mitigate it. So many issues concerning our Nigerian economy has been brought to bear. Please start writing your questions so that our rich and erudite distinguished guest lecturers, speakers will be able to do justice to your question. That is an area that we shouldn't miss. The citation of Dr. Ayo Teriba. Dr. Ayo Teriba, CEO of Economic Associates, visiting faculty at the Nigerian University of Technology and Management, and was until May 2023 Vice Chairman of the Technical Committee of the National Council of Privatization and member of the Governing Council of the Ministry of Finance, Incorporated. He earned the BSc Economics from the University of Ibadan as the all-round best economics graduate in 1988, MSc Economics of Ibadan in 1990, MPhil Economics of Developing Countries as a Cambridge scholar from Cambridge in 1992, and a PhD in econometrics from Durham in 2003. He has consulted for companies, government, and bilateral, multilateral agencies like the GIZ, USAID, and many others, including World Bank, and a visiting scholar of IMF Research Department in Washington, D.C., and has received grants from different foundations. He was the coordinator of the Technical Working Group on Financial Sector and Capital Market for National Development from 2021 to 2025, a member of the Presidential Advisory Committee on Implementation of National Minimum Wage, a member of the Nigerian Industrial and Competitive Council, and a member of the Nigerian Economic Intelligence Committee. Ayo is well known for spearheading economic reform advocacy. His advocacy for Naira redenomination bettered the 100 Naira, 200 Naira, 500 Naira, and 1,000 Naira notes. Thank you. His advocacy for unlocking liquidity spurred the rebirth of the Ministry of Finance Incorporated. His current reform advocacy themes include how similarities in the impact of global shock make them easier to predict and manage, and so many others that he has written and talked about. His most recent contributions include the Federal Ministry of Budget and National Planning, revision of the 2021 to 2025 medium-term plan from June to September 2024, including the revision of macroeconomic framework, the revision of the fiscal monetary sectors, the revision of the external and risk sectors, the revision of macroeconomic model, inputs made in June and July 2024, assessment of the HI 2024 fiscal performance, highlighting 4 areas of urgent reform: increased revenue, reduced debt cost, restructured debt, find non-debt finance for the capital budget, inputs to the National Council on privatization and Peru for public enterprises in May 2023 that culminated in the creation of the National Asset Register, membership of the Committee of the Restructuring of MOFI, establishment of restructured MOFI, membership of the Governing Council of MOFI. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Ayo Teriba for his lecture.
for not being able. So I will be brief because I'm also not there with it physically. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I am going to fill about 3 gaps in what I have had the 2 erudite professors say. First, I want to modify the list that Professor Murtala Sagagi has put on the table. He recognized the president, he recognized the Minister of Finance, and the governor of the central bank. If you listen carefully to the concluding part of Professor Samadi's presentation, we should promote one more person to that list. Because, yes, Professor Sagagi spoke about 2 policy pillars, fiscal and monetary, subsumed the external pillar, the trade pillar, into fiscal. I want to broaden those policy pillars to 3. But the submission of Professor Amadi that the difference between the countries that progress and the ones who do not, like us, is planning. And that we have a Ministry of Budget and National Planning. Well, that won't be merged with Ministry of Finance and then demerged again. So I think it's very important to put the Ministry of Budget and National Planning on that list. Well, I'm not sure, you need to put the president on the list because the president appoints all of them and they are all members of the president's team. So if you want to retain the president as the leader of the government, then you should include Minister of Budget and National Planning along with Minister of Finance, and who coordinates, also coordinates the economy, and then the governor of central bank. And I'll say that like China, like India, like Saudi, Nigeria has a framework of planning. The current medium-term plan will expire in December, the 2021-2025 medium-term development plan that gives direction to fiscal policy and monetary policy. Both monetary policy and fiscal policy are demand management policies, are short-term management policies. Planning, broadening our horizon, it gives us a vision of 5 years. The comments made about agriculture and SME, Professor Sagagi singles out agriculture and SME as his heroes. And I will caution that Nigeria's GDP is divided into 46 production sectors. And that currently the biggest sector in Nigeria, if you go by the GDP figures in 2024, is crop production. And by extension, is agriculture. Crop production alone is 50 trillion out of. The next sector to it, trade, is 37 trillion. So crop production is already 20 trillion, more than any other sector in the country. And we are robbed. You know, when you talk of food problems in the country, it's not the problem of agriculture. If you take to mind what Nigerian government and international agencies have confirmed, that agriculture suffers from about 60% post-harvest losses. So agri is currently the largest production sector out of the 46. Crops is the largest out of the 46, but only in between the farm gate and the market. That's not the problem of agriculture. That's the problem of some of the other 46 sectors of the economy. In particular, is the problem of distributive, the sectors like transportation. Our country now, everything goes on road. In the countries that Professor Amadi is mentioning, most things go on road, on rail. We used to have things going on rail, and we used to grow at the time. And you won't have high post-harvest losses if rail works. So energy fails. So these are the problems that are leading. This is what is leading to even the production that we get from agriculture is lost to poor energy supply and to poor transport infrastructure. So let's also broaden our attention. I say let's fix transport infrastructure, especially rail. Let's fix energy supply. We've had debates about fuel subsidy removal. We've had debates about gas and the rest of it. And the key issue is that, hey, look, infrastructure historically is government monopoly. The only infrastructure that works in Nigeria today is telecoms. And it works because it was once like rail or like power or like gas. It worked because government liberalized the space and allowed private investors to come in. And they manage the process of that privatization correctly. And we owe more than 200 million lines now to those private. And I understand and empathize with Professor Amadi about what he said about the privatization of discourse that has been less than successful. It has more or less failed. Not because privatization is not good. If it was good in telecoms, it should be good in discourse. But it was the process of the privatization was handled wrongly. Whereas when we were doing the GSM, we insisted that it must be led by foreign technical partners with technical competence and the financial muscle. We said no such thing when we were doing discourse. And everybody who knew anybody, bidded for something. That's what we are getting. So if you want to privatize right. There's no alternative route. Apart from China, that government has the financial muscle to do everything by itself and is funding even private companies. In India, they are relying on the private sector to do these things, including transmission. In Brazil, they are relying on the private sector to do this, including transmission, including building rail tracks. Brazil has 27 privately funded rail development projects ongoing as we speak. So there's no retreating from the fact that government has to replicate what it has done in telecoms, in infrastructure sectors. And Professor Sagagi, when you were talking about the agricultural policy, you weren't even talking about agriculture. But you were talking about education. You were talking about skills, which are sectors on their own. So please, I'm saying agriculture is important. I'm not going to disagree with anybody. It's the most important sector in our economy even today as we speak. It's just that post-harvest losses robust of 60% of its output. So we should commend our farmers. They generate the output, but the output is lost. However, the reason we are not feeling the full benefits of agriculture is from other sectors: weak education sector, weak health sector, weak infrastructure sector. And please, let's pay attention to this. In the next plan that we want to do, we should have all the 46 sectors in focus and treat the links that are broken first. If you fix infrastructure, agric, mining, and manufacturing will boom. And if you fix human capital deficiencies, population will become an asset, not a liability. So please, with due respect, a lot of the things that Professor Sagagi said about population was probably how she gave Professor Amadi to. I congratulate you for a successful and productive gathering and conversation. Thank you very much.
We cannot thank you enough. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate the knowledge that has been shared. Please, once again, can we applaud Dr. Ayo for that wonderful presentation. At this point in time, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are going straight to the interactive section as our distinguished keynote speaker and paper presenters walk majestically to the podium. We want to quickly do some safety exercise. Can we please be upstanding? Our keynote speaker, please, can I have some ushers to help our keynote speaker up on stage? Distinguished Professor Moritala Sabo Sagagi, also Dr. Sam Amadi, and our own mommy, Professor Benson. Please, can we do more of that? A round of applause, round of applause. Thank you very much, Dr. Sam Amadi. Please join them on stage. We are going to quickly do this to also, make our body more flexible for the next knowledge that we are going to gain. And we are going to do this, my shoulder, my knee, my toe. Are we good? I know Professor Ronsa is still very flexible. He still does his exercise and push-ups every morning. Let's go. My head, my shoulder, my knee. Some of us at the back are not doing it. Let's go again. The dean and the keynote speaker is watching all of you.
This is the panel session where we really get to interact and engage with our erudite scholars in the house who have well presented their papers, their discussions. And so here is where we get to engage all those boiling questions that have been in our mind, in our hearts, and we've haven't listened to the lecture, and we need to really engage. We're going to give the opportunity to be able to, if you want to one-on-one ask questions, we will do that. But I'm going to just start off by introducing again on the panelists, having to share this section. Please put your hands together for her, a foremost professor of economics. Yes. And we also have, as part of the panelists, our own Professor Motala Sagagi, our keynote speaker, because we're going to be engaging him with all the beautiful things he has shared with us here. Already you would agree with me that even Professor Dr. Ayo Teriba began to even engage Professor Mota Sagagi on some of his teaching, some of the things he has taught us here, he began to agree and disagree with him. But I think one of the beautiful things is that, in fact, the true heroes of this, of the Nigerian economy are first and foremost the farmers. So we're happy, we're going to get more, we're going to engage more. And let's also welcome on the panelists as well, Dr. Sam Amadi, who has also shared his presentations earlier on with us. So we're going to be talking to, I'm going to leave this section over to Professor Ma to handle this quite engaging sector. Thank you so much, Ma. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I want to start by saying that everyone who is seated here, I will say you love Nigeria. Right or wrong? You love Nigeria. That's why you are still seated, because you want to know, where do we go from here? How do we rethink these management policies? That's why you've been here. I want to quickly go through a little thing, then before I allow you to ask your questions. The Vice Chancellor of this university, I give you great honor. I also have the promised land of economic doom. So Nigerians, where do we want to go? Rethinking of economic policies. We could even start from 1999, but I would prefer to start from 2015 for Nigeria. And I will ask you simple questions. Since 2015, is there good governance? Just say yes. Productivity? Is there standard of living? Is there high academic excellence? Is there high human development? Let me go to the other side. I have enough. Is there bad governance? Yes. Is there low productivity? Yes. Is there poverty? Yes. Is there unemployment? Yes. Oh my God. These are what we have. But we are talking about all the policies they put forward. From what Professor Mokhtar said, it's like, we are doing enough. But he said execution is a problem. And then what the Dr. Amadi said, you will see that there are still a lot of gaps that we need to fill. But I think that something is wrong. And Moktala said a little bit of it. That look, when Nigerians are outside this environment, Nigeria, they do very well. Go and check it. Many of the technologies, everything, advancement and all, coming from Nigerians, both women and men. But once they get to the Murtala Airport in Lagos or Abuja, what do? They drop their brains and then adopt the ones that are the common brains. Maybe you can direct it to a specific person. I would like Dr. Amadi to answer, or I would like Professor Mokhtar to answer. So I leave it up to you. And this Nigeria must be corrected. This is my view. We must rethink. We must reshift. We must.
Question. To ensure that entry into farming is easy. For example, like getting cheap land, low interest rates, and all the things that makes farming a lucrative one for anyone to engage in. And then there's another question here. that says, with the speculation, this is not directed to anybody, but I believe that Dr. Sam Amadi can answer this. With the speculations and research, seeing how Nigerians' policies fall and failing, how can we create wealth? Yes. Yes. Let me just take this last one. So we'll just take the answers 2 in a row before I give it to the audience. Are you through? The last one for now. In evaluating the Nigerians' current economic policy, how effective have Nigerians' recent economic policies, for example, subsidy removal and foreign exchange rate, has such reforms been? I think this will be directed to Professor Motala, because I remember you talking about this during your presentation. So at this point, I'd like them to respond.
It's a pathway for cattle. So every year, at the back of my mind, I know that I'm going to lose 30% of my produce because of the passage of the animals. So, and the good news is that I personally am consulting for a company based. I think the owner is in Delta State, Mega Corps, and we are working very, very closely with Federal Ministry of Livestock. In fact, yesterday, Professor Jega even called me to find out how far we have gone on that. I remember Professor Jega is now the special advisor to the president on livestock. Everybody in this country knows that there is a problem in that sector. I don't want to take you through the historical issues, but whatever happens yesterday, it remains yesterday. We're all running around uncontrolled. That's yesterday. We have to stop it. And the good news is that as I'm speaking to you in Bauchi State, we have about 17 grazing reserves. In Gombe, we have one of the biggest grazing reserves. That's Wawa Zenye grazing reserves. And many others in Kano, even part of Plateau State and Benue. But most of those grazing reserves, if you go there, you cannot have animals. Why? Because they have not been properly managed. So I don't want to say this one has not done this one has not done this, but over the last 50 years, we have poorly managed the livestock sector. In fact, forget about what is happening to you here in the South. In Zamfara State today, it's not peaceful. And one of the biggest players are these Fulanis. And when you sit down with these Fulanis and you ask them, why are you creating trouble? They will tell you, oh, remember when they were rustling our cattle? Did you have ministry in shape? I think, and they already have a roadmap for that. So, I hope that there will be some continuity in what they're doing. So give them some time. By the grace of God, this problem is really going to be mitigated. And the good news is that in Imo State, I had the conversation with the government there. They're even creating their own ranches and stuff like that. And let me tell you another thing, and I want you to put your mind there. For me, I would rather do livestock than do crop production. Because if you can do livestock very well, that's a very, very good way to financial freedom. So, and that's why some states right now, especially in the Southwest, now they're investing massively in livestock. We shouldn't just make it to be a Fulani, a better policy, and to build capacity around it. So it's the political will. And that's why we are challenging some of you that are currently in school to have this at the back of your mind, so that when you go out there, you'll be part of the solution. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you so much. I think you've answered really very well.
What can we use to outcompete other people? What can we produce that other people want? I think what's happening is that part of our economic poverty as a nation, macro level, derived from the fact that we've not really consciously and constantly emphasized both our endowments and how we can improve them for global markets. Now we talk about export orientation. And if you look at the data, our exports are not much. And again, they says all our petroleum, even if we have market for, they don't that, it's not up to software that maybe innovation economy is selling. So we need to also migrate to unlock our capacity to create more wealth, and we need to make those who create wealth richer and more acceptable. What I mean, innovators, people in production, has to have a higher pecking order than those who are contractors or those who are in power. Any society where those who are not creating wealth have more social prestige will not have sustainable wealth.
Please, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we will take other questions, but just before we accept more questions, you mentioned human capital. Don't you think there is something wrong with our human capital? Is there anything we can do? Because many of us are not honest. We are so corrupt. And that's why things are not working as far as I'm concerned. What can we do to human capital? It's not by education. It's not by taking certificates. It's not it.
I think you've raised a good point. Last week I was at FUNAI, Federal University Ebonyi, and I was telling you that Ebonyi people are, on the whole, more disciplined. I was telling Dean that Enugu and Ebonyi people are among the Southeast, okay? Are more, they have better social capital, let's put it that way. Now, I was telling them that the model of economic development doesn't have to be Orisha-based or Imo. You can use Singapore, for example. So, human capital is not just about the knowledge. Critical to human capital, what some people call useful knowledge, is two aspects. One is the software.
Introduced by the regime of President Bola Tinubu, notably the unification of the foreign exchange market, headlines of the newspapers. First, I want to say that even the 5-year development plan that is put there, you find something like 400, 300 and something, right to 2025, while the parallel market rate was suppressed. The Aboki FX was being hounded. So the plan was a retreat from reality. So government plan was a virtual reality. It escaped from the reality that we faced. President Tinubu put an end to that. Extra plan, although is often criticized as doing reforms without a plan. But those reforms are necessary, and it should lay the bedrock for the next plan. And what he did in the foreign exchange market that is commendable is that he has replaced the convergence of rates, the harmonization of rates. He has removed restriction to what goods can be funded in the foreign exchange market. He scrapped the central bank, where Professor Sagagi is on the board, scrapped the list of 43 items. All legitimate items can, be eligible now at the market rate, because there is no favoritism. We are not buying it half of what the rest of the people are buying. And he has also removed the restriction now with banks, and they are there with the International Money Transfer Organization. That liberal regime gives us more transparency, more inclusion, more stability. So the sources, the International Money Transfer Organizations are bringing in supply, and it's commendable. That's one policy where price reform was complemented with the quantity reform. The only thing that I will encourage them to do more of is speak more to investment policy. We are quiet on the investment policies. Like, there was a time that government got money from investors into LNG. There was a time that government got money from investors into GSM telephony.
Yes.
We only, our investments are short term. We need through the plan to state in the next 5 years, where are we going to allow investment to bring money into power transmission, rail, airport terminals, etc. So Central Bank, that plan failed. Is that the 300 trillion that we say private sector will bring did not come, because we did not highlight what opportunities we want to give them to come and invest in assets that are currently government monopoly. On energy sector liberalization, the subsidy removal, I'm afraid is good. We've seen pump price go from 160 to 1,000. And we all buy less fuel now. We all now do solar where we can.
Please round up.
Hello?
Please round.
Got the benefit from that subsidy removal is that the reform of NNPC itself came only last month, nearly 2 years after subsidy removal. So the quantity response from NNPC was not forthcoming. God saved us with the Dangote refinery that was forthcoming. But the point is that 2 years of the President Tinubu regime, and we should put that, into the plan, so that the benefits can actually be nailed down. And it should not just be PNS or diesel; it should also be gas and electricity. Price reform must be complemented with quantity reforms.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Just, I want to put one question to you, sir. This liberalization we are talking about, particularly exchange rate, some of my students have come to ask, how can you liberalize when you don't have products in the market? Did we ask the government this question, Dr. Tariba? Because when you say liberalization is fine, like removing subsidy, the money, because these are the questions put to me by my students. Where is the money going? You are sharing it for consumption. Is that really helping the economy? These are the things we are talking about, sir. So it's not as if the policies are not glowing. They are glowing. They are like gold. But the point is, are they delivering in our structural area in Nigeria? The answer is no. Right now, the mystery index in Nigeria landed. I think what I just want a statement to tell me what I would. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Sagagi is there. He has told us that the central bank has rebuilt reserves from less than $10 billion. It was required to the net $23 billion now. It's a pity that the reserve rebuilding is coming 2 years after we exchange market to rebuild the reserves. And if you look at the countries that are, doing reforms gainfully, they lead the way by, like Saudi has 200 sectors that it is privatizing, that is going to get foreign reserves from. You don't only get foreign reserves from exports, you get foreign reserves from investment. India has 15,000 sectors they are offering to get foreign exchange from. So we should have harmonized that.
When I was teaching, especially my pool 111 students, I find it difficult to tell them that we have leaders ruling us. I call them rulers, and not leaders. And then secondly, my second question is, what don't you think the problem, another problem we have is the character of the Nigerian state? You know, the character of the Nigerian state. You know, to me, the Nigerian state is not developmental at all. I see it as a predatory state, in the sense that our rulers are interested in what they get out of the system, not what they give to it. You know, so to that extent, I say Nigeria is a predatory state. It's not developmental, because you find, I mean, you mentioned some of the policies. They don't really, the rulers don't really intend.
Yes, we have a stakeholder, the chairman of all association, yes, of Nigeria, to ask this question, sir.
Who say we don't have leaders, including you fail. When you say you don't have leaders and you are a retired professor, that means all you have done during your time is failure. Let us be frank to ourselves. We have leaders. Nigeria is the best country in the whole world. I've got 45 countries. I have not seen a country like Nigeria. I am proud to be in Nigeria. You see, when my bosom friend was talking just now, he talks about in Nigeria that are making Nigeria to move are farmers. That is not recognized properly. Madam also make question that do we have anything on Nigeria yams? Products are going through Ghana because of the past things that have happened. If you take yourself out of what have happened before, that means don't blame anybody. All of us have collective blame, including me standing. It is time for us to start talking solution, what we do to correct things. Like he said, the Fulani herders, they are farmers. This is the first time in the history of farming in Nigeria that I decided to bring Fulani herders and farmers together. Why? Because they are part of us. As a matter of fact, if you look at the cattle rearers in the Edo State, the owner of the cattle are not Fulani cattle, are Edo people cattle, who have gone into today, if you want to become a farmer and you want to learn about farming, we in Federal Ministry of Agric
start by commending the Faculty of Social and Management Sciences, Benson University, for this public lecture. The theme is apt: Rethinking Nigeria Economic Management Policies and the Way Forward, because of some personal engagement. When I listened to them, I was in the classroom where I was taught economics and finance. And today, as a professor, by God's grace, I'm very, very uncomfortable with what I was taught while I was a student. We are talking about rethinking. No matter what will bring you to the country today, if you don't have the knowledge to manage, to invent, to innovate, tomorrow is not guaranteed. So I very much stand against economic policies like removal of subsidy. I'm very much against it. If you go at the so-called crude oil we are producing, 70% of whatever we produce belongs to the foreign investors. Maybe we are not aware. All we have is the 30% because we lack what?
knowledge, no education, no learning. And that is
or policy and lack of priority. Dr. Amadi, while you were presenting, you talked about coherence or policy, lack of priority of infrastructure. Can we draft a pathway to get our political space right? Since politics is the super highway on which economic growth can run. That is one question. Please just take notes, there are quite a lot. How can the issue of budget peddling?
Can we take them, say, 5 at a time?
Okay, 5 at a time. I think I mentioned just how many?
You have
development. Thank you.
Yeah.
So let them respond.
Right. Thank you very much. I think Mokta, stop looking sideways. We are starting with you. So please go ahead, answer the first question. How do we demand for good?
It's for the next election. And then when you corrupt the electoral process, you destroy the incentive structure for good governance. The first question says, do we have good governance? We don't have good governance because, you see, economics is correct, the principles of economics, but you have to apply them well. Now, why would a leader care so much about good governance if good governance outcomes will not guarantee his career? Politics is a career. And the only way politics works is when there's incentive compatibility. That means you are staying in power and the people getting good outcome converges. And that's why we have voting. The important thing, political economists or political scientists will confirm, votes are not necessarily the most rational means of deciding superior outcome. Yeah. But what elections do is that it's a conflict management mechanism that allows society to make choices. And people who lose go home happy. So free and fair election guarantees. That's why in Africa, Mali, if you look at the history of Mali, Burkina Faso, all these crises started with incredible electoral system. People get angry, self-help, politicians invest in wars in order to remain in power or to upset themselves. So that's important. The last point I would like to make really is, I didn't have time to run through my slide, but there's a slide I want to show, I want to read something where I talk about a developmental state. I think it was Prof for somebody here. My argument, and I'm doing a book with Grave on that if you don't have a developmental state, you can't get to development. And just one slide I want to show. Nigeria needs to move away from the neoliberal, aspect and focus on that. Now, that slide says, what do development states do? I said first, they have shared vision and goal of development. The what of development. Today, Nigeria elites don't have shared vision of development.
What do we do?
I'm coming. We have to create consensus. You have to create consensus on how the goal can be achieved. Three, they have what I call plan or rationality, not dogmatic plan. We have a problem. In the 1960s, we started import substitution policy. It didn't work because we are dogmatic, communism, socialism. But Japan, Asia, what they did was what they call plan rationality. Instead of use the market principles to get the right results. And so the point here is, what can we do? 3 things in my view. First, you have to solve the leadership question. You must have a way to elect leaders. They don't have to be the subject matter experts, but people who are obsessed about development. We had Awolowo, we had Atafa Balewa, we had Obara, and many others.
No, please, sorry.
Yeah.
Just make that statement, conclude it, because I have a question for you.
Okay, so first, you have to get the leadership, whether through a revolution or through ballot box. It would be preferable to get it through orderly system. Number 2, that leadership must have, now college is important. People say hard reform, but I say smart reform. Some reforms are hard, but not smart. For example, why couldn't you have managed float of the forex? Managed float.
Yeah.
Why should you go to full float when you're not an export-oriented country? So a managed float would have given you that level of stability and also prevented the the level of shock to the system. Where you're exchanging $1 for $1 for now maybe 150, 1,500. So wise policy. Yes, it might be hard, but the key thing is wise, not hardness. African leaders suffer a problem of.
Okay. So, round up.
Now, Prof is right. You see, what they made was terrible. But they should sell these interventions as not as in themselves redemptive, but as stopgap measure. Don't sell it as that's the right policy. We have to, float the currency. So I agree with you. That this could be said as, gentlemen, in 6 months, in 1 year, for us to get some fiscal
certain things,
buffer to now do the right thing. That's the problem. And finally, I think that when you have that consensus and that kind of smartness, you cannot move this economy to a higher frontier of productivity without changing the value system of our people. Before, without being a leadership is not about roads. It's about changing people's belief. Whether it's Singapore, whether it's Japan, leaders are in the business of changing behavior because economic behavior is the underlying driver of productivity.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. I think let's take more questions.
Yes, thank you so much.
I want to respond to the question on debt.
Okay. Yes, Ayosa.
Okay, thank you very much. Both Professor Sagagi and Professor Amadi spoke about debt. And what I want to say is that debt is a problem for Nigeria right now because we probably have issued debt beyond our capacity, our income's capacity to service it. The debt service in the 2025 budget is 16 trillion naira. That's $10 billion. Just interest payment. Now, the Nigerian government has the option of either issuing debt or issuing equity. Typically, the Nigerian government never issues equity. And that's what has got us to the problem where we are. Much of the money that has been misappropriated in NNPC, 2.9 billion, they say, were borrowed. But they were not borrowed by NNPC, they were borrowed by the Debt Management Office and handed over to NNPC. NNPC is not accountable to anybody for it. So people can misappropriate it. If you push the NNPC to the market to go and raise that money with equity owners will not give it to NNPC without having, a place on the board to make sure you look at the way NLNG is structured. Every equity contributor has representation on the board to make sure that their money is going to get the desired result. So Nigeria has a strong equity market where all the big companies, private companies, MTN, Dangote, etc., raise good money, but you won't find any government-owned company there because they are running away from scrutiny. They are running away from accountability. And as long as we allow that to continue, let the Nigerian government also go and issue equity. 90% of the debt market in Nigeria is borrowed by government. No equity. Let us issue equity and get the
Round up, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Chairman, can I go on with my questions?
Yes, more questions.
Okay, thank you. Let me allow, the librarian to ask his question. He's been wanting to ask for quite a while.
Thank you very much.
My dear, I think sirs, thank you for the opportunity. So my question goes like this. Dr. Professor for Economic Growth, my question is this, how can the academia come into this? How can government utilize the ivory towers? We have the capacity, we have research capabilities, we have the technical know-how domiciled in the faculties, we have human human, what do you call it now, capital in the form of staff, students, and graduates. How can these be utilized to, improve this or to help this situation of the non-oil export products, being maximized? And then, are there if the academia is encouraged, are there public policies, that are made available for academia, such as this that you are in, to, jump on? And then, such as export networks and, partnerships from government, how can we utilize this? Then, secondly, sir, Dr. Teriba, if is still here, you mentioned that the government's liberalization of telecom sector led to, some form of economic development in the country. And you also, advised that this also is done in all. How would, considering...
So this person is asking, considering the removal of fuel subsidy and its impact on inflation, how can Nigeria design economic policies that will protect the poor? That's one. So I'll take the other. The other says, how do we ensure that economic policies are implemented effectively in a system that is plagued by weak institutions and endemic corruption? And then, how can meaningful development occur in the Niger Delta, where the Constitution 36 states, including the Niger Delta, even though the region contributes approximately 80.9% of the nation's revenue? This last one is on a lighter note, and it's for Professor Motala. They are saying, please kindly also remember to survey Edo markets.
Wherever the other guide, including buildings, and sometimes including roads. In my state, we have some really nice roads. But another government gonna just come and scratch everything and start building another one simply for him to put his name as the one who has done it. So I think it's a serious problem, and I wish we can legislate on it. And that's why I'm very proud of the current agricultural development policy, because it's really something that the outdoor-based agricultural promotion policy, it builds on them, so that we can have that consistency. But of course, having a policy in Nigeria is not the real problem. Let me get a substandard policy, but let it be implemented. So, but the problem, right, is you have these fantastic policies, and sometimes you have to meet with the minister. Really right, when President Obasanjo, and even if you don't like that person, you have to really give him credit for really having Nigeria to have that debt relief. Not even better, it's like debt forgiveness. We just paid some couple of billions and we started a clean slate. But unfortunately, immediately after Adwa left, then we went back. And I'm very, very, as I'm sitting here, I'm feeling ashamed. When Buhari came, he just got crazy, and he was just doing it as if there's no tomorrow. And now look at where we are. If not because of the damages done during Buhari administration, Tinubu will have no incentive to do what he did. I can tell you this. He will have no justification to do what he did. And I think my sister there talked about academia. I agree with you 100%. And I will tell you, me being from academic, sometimes I have to really tell people that I'm an academic, not somebody else. But there was some build network, you build relationship. And number two, I always try to engage with politicians. I have never gone to any politician to ask for one kobo. I have never gone to any politician to ask for plots. Sometimes they used to think I'm arrogant. But that's the way to do it. You engage with them, you task them. Ganduji, my governor, this APC chairman, he doesn't like me. He was my governor, but I respect him, I bent down to greet him. But he doesn't like me. Simply because we engage them. So if you're an academic, but by the time you bring yourself down to the level where you're chasing them for position and money, it's not going to happen. And number two, we have to make ourselves relevant as academics. What do we mean? Sometimes I say some professors and associate professors. You see somebody looking for associate professor and he has never been to international conference ever in his life. The international conference you will see is in Abia, in Port Harcourt, in Lagos. The man has never been to South Africa. He has never been to India. Then how are you going to get some of these universal? That's university, isn't it? University means universal, isn't it? You can, Taribo and my friend here, they're sitting now there and tell you India this, Singapore this. It's as if they are indigenous of those countries. It's simply because they have been exposed to that. So sometimes we have to also build our capacity so that the politician and the business people will listen to us. Not the kind of professor that you come, you start talking, and people will be wondering, from where is this one coming from? So I think...
all right, sir.
Thank you.
Round up, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm just keen to a few things. On the debt side, I think just one comment. Many people, some of us claim to be debt-free, but we advise that that's not a good business model. I think the key thing is what we're using the debt to create. And again, many people argue that perhaps the money, I don't know whether it's true, but people said that debt forgiveness, the payoff perhaps could have been used for something else. It was too much of, transfer of money to Paris and London club. Maybe, but the freedom didn't give us enough. We couldn't translate it. We're now back to being indebted. But that would be counterfactual. Maybe could you have perhaps invested it? Again, I think the other point I want to use.
Just excuse me. I have a problem myself about these debts. Sometimes when Professor Mokta was talking about, mentioned about NNPC and the debts and all that. NNPC cannot stand to borrow directly, so they take. But the point my question is, I thought NNPC is an establishment to help Nigeria create wealth. So why is it that it was now taking loans? And yes, that is my problem. And being indebted for what? When it's supposed to be an organization that's supposed to create wealth for Nigeria. And it has so many workers who are being paid.
Well, I think if I was answering, I would say, look, debt in a conventional sense would be raising capital for investment. So they needed to, maybe they're borrowing to finance maybe new expansion of exploration, other activities. The key thing about the NNPT, and maybe that is going to be solved, the partnership, the joint venture model all over the world has problems because one, the partners who operate have more incentive to escalate costs and reduce profit. Because you're a profit-sharing platform. You don't manage. So for some of them, for example, award contract to subsidiaries or even companies they have affiliation with at an increased rate. So people have argued that maybe if Nigeria adopted like Petrobras or some other countries that either sell to you, collect and you explore, or produce themselves, maybe they have some control over costs and profit. So in this case, we just take the cost as taken. And that further complicates both the transfer question is around model. And I think Prof said something. You see, there's a danger we should run away from. If you look at Burkina Faso, there's a prop of a revolutionary energy, and people are building some model, okay? Trash World Bank, trash IMF, maybe go China, go Russia, trash West. I think what has worked for Asia is pragmatism. You have to engage the World Bank, you have to engage IMF, but like I said, you have to find a way. Obasanjo said, listen to them, but do something different. So, the global politics is not good enough for you to do development on the basis of excess radicalism.
Yes.
You have to be strategic. You have to understand the global politics. You have to know how to.
I think,
the last point I'm saying.
What can we do?
What we can do is still the problem of, first, you have to reconsider development in Niger Delta in two ways. One, I think we should decentralize intervention and development. Get back to community-based development. Use the people and resources back to them. Because you see, the thing about this federalized development is that it travels through political patronage and it doesn't get to the people. So I think that first, a new concept of development. Development is about the people of Nigeria. Number two, there are many projects add up to transformation of those ecosystem or community. So I think we should look at development as comprehensive. So if you want to change an outcome, we define the outcome, what needs to be done, and put a whole scale intervention so that all the subsidiaries, all the conventional failures we're getting doesn't happen. We are doing development as ad hoc. So we give these people water, we give these people solar, we put transformer here, there's no grid, there's no adequate power. That's not development. Development must be holistic.
Out of the licenses that have been issued. So you face the reality that government is unable either to find the money to deliver on infrastructure or to find the technical capacity to deliver on infrastructure. The private ones that we licensed have given us 200 million lines. You say there is monopoly. There's no monopoly. There used to be duopoly before Globalcom came in, and after that, Nine Mobile has come in. That duopoly they exploited. They were doing per minute billing. They didn't do per second billing. And the bills were expensive. You bought SIM card, you bought assets, you paid for airtime. Since Globalcom came in and did per second billing, they all converted to per second.
Too sure that this telecommunication is not a monopoly. Maybe it's an oligopoly. But the point is there a way we can liberalize telecommunication? Because we like to liberalize. After all, we've done that in the exchange market. So what do you say, sir?
You have four players now, and it involves lumpy investments. They have to build masts, more or less all over the country. They have to, build or share fiber optic cables all over the country. You won't find a large number of players who can do that. So by nature, that sector will be holistic. Yes, please. Yes, please.
We have to connect. I'm glad you remember that we didn't meet for over 10 years.
Yes. About 15 years now.
Yeah, I think we need to reconnect. Thank you so much. I'm really glad to meet you today.
My pleasure too.
And now, Professor Mokhtar, there's this question: will you take a survey in Edo State before market survey?
I'll follow him when he goes.
Someday. So, thank you. I think thank you so much, everyone, for being so patient to listen to us. And thank you, our speakers. We are really proud of you. And I think if we have Nigerians like this, we have many of them like this, I think Nigeria will translate to what we want it to be. I have just a little thing to use to round up this session. And from me, I have what I call a model that will work. And I have translated that model to saying that we should take up these three R's, 3 R's. You should rethink, you should reshift, you should what could that be? What would be? And redo. Because we have done so many things wrongly. Wow. And we have to come back and rethink and reshift and do and redo. And there should be wholesome security like what our friend just told us. Before, we don't have problems with headers. So there must be something injected now that is making headers to be problems to Nigeria in terms of security, and it's the government that should really find out that. We should really find out that. We should have wholesome security. And then people will work as before, and you see this country will change. We should have accountability. Like the question they asked, we didn't really answer it very well. All this huge money that all these our leaders are taking, how is it translating to helping the Naira? How is it translating to helping the Naira? Nobody has answered that. But we should have that. Accountability is very, very important. I think we will be there. We will be in that promised land of development, like I said earlier. Thank you very much for listening.
Wow.
Thank you. I will thank
Wow.
organizers.
Please,
Thank
can
you
we
so much.
rise
Thank
up
you.
and celebrate these great panelists? It's been an awesome, I did promise you earlier that it's going to be very educative and intellectually stimulating. You will all agree with me that we have all learned a whole lot, been engaged with this discussion so far. And we have seen it all. We have heard it all. Celebrate this once again. Celebrate our chairperson, Professor Mercy Ada-Iwe, for sharing beautifully this session. Celebrate our keynote speaker, Professor Sagagi, for his intellectual input. Celebrate Dr. Sam Amadi for all these beautiful, beautiful intellectual beautiful answers that has been given to our questions. I believe that we've all been satisfied with the questions that we've asked. Yes, Dr. Ayo Teriba, you will not agree with me that in fact he even engaged, even our panelists as well. He's also a member of this panel. Dr. Teriba Ayo, we are so glad that you could join us and participate and engage with this as you did today. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can we celebrate ourselves one more time, every one of us, for being patient and sitting down? You will agree that it was quite a beautiful learning experience for every one of us. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. You know, one of the things that we can perhaps take from this session is the fact that, just like the keynote speaker said earlier on, we are not a lack of beautiful policies. The problem stems with the implementation of this policy. And like in his keynote address, he said more in 2025 simply itemized the real issue of the Nigerian problem, which is that of systemic corruption. And how do you solve that systemic corruption? That is where the rethinking of this economic policies come into play. And our chairperson, Professor Mercy Iwe, just rightfully put it for us in 3 words. She said we should rethink, reshift, and redo. Can we all just say that? Say rethink. Say it out loud. Say rethink. Reshift, and then redo. Can we try that one more time? Say rethink. What is the rethinking? Rethinking of our value system. That's what was clearly itemized by our keynote speaker, that our value system. So let's rethink that. And then let's have a reshift in our approach. And then after having that reshift, let's now go forward and begin to do. Even the Bible said it, that we cannot, unless you are doing the word, it's not enough to hear it. It's a doer of the word that is what? That is blessed. We have all heard today. We have all engaged these intellectuals, and we have learned. What are we going forward with? A paradigm shift, yes. But what are you going to do in your own sphere of contest? We have come to the end of this public lecture, and we want to, at this point, welcome the Dean of the Faculty, no other than the delectable Dean herself, Professor Rosemary Obiangeli Obasi, as she gives the vote of thanks. Celebrate her. Thank you.
Wow. Good evening, everyone. You would agree with me that today has been so wonderful. And looking at the hall, still seeing even our students, some still see there. Please, greatest BIU. Without taking much of our time, I want to sincerely thank our great Nigerians. If BIU were to give titles, I think these ones, they deserve some honors and awards. Thank you, Professor Sagaji. Thank you, Dr. Ayo Tariba. Thank you, Professor Mrs. Ada Anywe. Thank you. She said I should add Mama A. Thank you, Dr. Sam Amadi. We didn't bargain or expect less. Thank you, you both did wonderful. And I believe that BIU and the Faculty of Social and Management Sciences will be taking notes, and that the powerful communique that will come out of this will get to the president. And we hope the major problem, I think they've always been saying it, that Nigeria has the most powerful, strongest policies, but our problem is implementation. I think it's a big research for Benson Idahosa University. How can we help to see that policies, good policies that we have in this country, we can, maybe the willpower to implement them can be, I think it's a good area for research. We'll see how we go about it. I want to specially thank my daddies, elder statesmen that are here with us till this time, seated. I'm so grateful to you, Professor Bamidele Sani. Thank you, and thank you, thank you. I want to thank you. You won't believe that in my busy schedule, I forgot to invite Professor Oronsaye, Andrew Oronsaye. It was this morning around 5-something a.m. I sent him the invite, and he's here. Thank you, Prof. May God bless you. I want to specially thank all my HODs seated here for their patience. They've always been wonderful. Professor Emeni, my teacher, my professor, my mentor, I want to thank you for coming all the way from Uniben to be with us even till the end of this program. I can see very powerful and respected professors still seated here, great men. People are still there who love Nigeria. For everyone seated here this evening, we all love Nigeria. We want to see Nigeria grow. Yes, I want to also thank the staff and management of LAPO, seated here from the beginning through to the end. I think the ED is still here. Thank you so much, sir. We have 2 other staff from LAPO, and some of them are still online. I'm so grateful for your presence and participation. I want to sincerely thank the LOC. The chairman is a brother, is a colleague that I have high regard for. I have learned from you, even as you headed this committee. I want to thank you and your committee. I'm sure you are very happy with the output of today's event. I sincerely want to thank the BIU staff and students. Some of them are still here because they appreciate the good thing they saw today, or they are still seeing. We want to thank you for being here. I want to also specially thank our MSc postgraduate students who are still here seated. I can see some of them, great men. I am sure we have learned and heard 1 or 2 things today that will inspire our researches. Let's start doing those research that will change our nation. No one will do it for us. We have to do it ourselves. And especially, I want to thank the students, undergraduate students. Even though they are undergraduate students, they got keen interest and they are still here. Wonderful people. Please, I thank you so much. I cannot but also thank the cleaners. The cleaners who always keep this place clean and also made it conducive for us to be here and enjoy today. Please, thank you so much to them. Thank you to the media people. I want to appreciate my colleagues, the media people. Dr. Shedrack, very soon, that is what we will call you. We appreciate you. God bless you. And at this juncture, I am sure I've not omitted anyone, but please, if I did, pardon me. You know, I really cannot see far even with my double eyes. Thank you, sir. I want to also specially thank my Vice Chancellor. He's not here. And the management of Benson Idahosa University for this great outing, for the opportunity and everything. This juncture, how could I have forgotten? This couldn't have heard without some good Nigerians thinking that, oh, there is need for something like this, and they supported us financially, some supported us morally, and all that. I want to specially thank all of you. There are so many, I can't start listing. We know we have really spent time. I am so grateful. Words cannot really express how I feel right now. I want to thank Dr. Gina. I can see your face has changed so much. God bless you. It's only God that can reward good work. God will continue to bless you, and great will BIU continue to go, and great will FSMS continue to rise in Jesus' name. God bless FSMS. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you.
Since the Dean cannot thank herself, we want to thank the Dean for...
Thank you. I couldn't have thanked myself because the Lord used Professor Ayingwe somehow to thank me when she only was able to choose R as our 3 main points. And you know what R means? Rosemary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On this note, can we please be upstanding as we make welcome for the closing prayer, the head of Department of Accounting, Dr. Mrs. Beauty Jackson Akigbe, to take us through the closing prayer. Thank you.
Please, thank you to all those who remained online to be part of this program. Please pardon me that I mentioned you last, did not bring you list, but you are the greatest. God bless you, and thank you for being there. Thank you.
You can take any position of your choice. Can we pray? Father, we give you thanks for all you've done for us. We thank you for the success of this program. Father, we thank you, O Lord, for the guest speakers. We thank you, O Lord, for using them, O Lord, to impact our nation, Nigeria. Father, we ask all the deliberations we've made. We ask, oh Lord, for sound implementation in the name of Jesus. And our great nation, Nigeria, will become better in the name of Jesus. And all nations of the world will reckon with us as a country in the name of Jesus. Father, as we return to our various destinations, we ask, oh Lord, that you go with us. Father, there will be no evil report. Everyone will return with resounding testimonies, and at the end, we all will have cause to give you thanks. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen.
Thank you, thank you. We wish you all safe journey messages. The photographs can continue while we can have some music. Thank you. Please, if you know you did not participate in the first set of photographs, you have the opportunity to do so.